Yeah, it's when like the Colossal breaks open the city and Eren goes Titan form to fight them all off and everything.
Oh, that was so fucking cool.
Yeah, like I said, it's the best part of the series.
Like, well, I think also like it was just because it was so new that it was just like, whoa, what the fuck?
That too. Also, hello everybody, my name is Jaden, aka Vankaiju. I am playing more Attack on Titan 2 today. Zach is here. Don't know if he's sharing his audio or not.
I
He's here.
am. I think I should.
Oh, amazing.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it is.
My goal today, so because you haven't played this game, Zach, the way that you get stronger is you befriend characters from the show, and they'll teach you their techniques and skills.
Okay.
But the problem is, as the story goes on, Attack on Titan has a very high body count, and so like a good third of the characters that you make friends with die by the end of the story.
Oh, fantastic.
But when you get to the end of the story, you can go back in time to the mission where those people died, and you can rescue them.
Oh.
And so I have called this stream Time Travel Rescue Effort, in order to go back in time and rescue all of my dead friends. So last night I saved two of them.
As if
The two of the three cadets that died during the Battle of Trost. I went back and saved them.
Oh God, what was Best Boy's name in in season 1? He was friends with Jean. I can't even remember his name now, but he was like such a nice guy.
Marco?
Marco.
Good
And then
old
he
Marco.
died, messed up John forever.
Poor John.
Oh, poor Marco.
He got so traumatized he joined the Scouts so he could become more traumatized.
Yay! Everybody knows trauma heals trauma.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I mentioned to Jake yesterday that I really dislike about the latter seasons is the fact that all of the characters are just so horrendously broken by that point that the series just feels hopeless, and I hate it.
Which is really weird because you love Stormlight Archives, and that's just like sad people hour.
It is, but there's always hope in it. Like, there's always the hope that they will rise above themselves and like become better people and become stronger and redeem themselves. But in Attack on Titan, like, you just never get that sense. You always feel like everything is going to be horrible.
See, I like stuff when it's just sad. Like, that's why I like post-apocalyptic stuff. Like, there's the hopeful stuff, but like you watch Mad Max, and like they almost all end on like kind of a positive note, but you just know that that world's too fucked. It can't be saved. It's gone.
Like my thing is, I don't mind when something is sad. I'm okay with sad content. I enjoy sad content to a degree. My thing is that I want there to always be a light at the end of the tunnel. I want there to be something positive to come out of it, and just like there never is.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean that's a pretty good outlook to have. But yeah, I could definitely see Attack on Titan just not doing that for you.
yeah, it's like even the way they draw the characters by the end. Like they all have this 1,000-yard stare. Like everything is terrible. And it's just sad. It's just always sad.
I mean, I'm surprised more people in that world just don't have a 1,000-yard stare.
Let me see.
Like, living in the Attack on Titan verse would quite literally be a living nightmare.
Yeah.
Like, even if you were behind the walls, like, I just don't want to live in a world where I could possibly be eaten by a giant, creepy, naked weirdo that doesn't have genitals.
Honestly, I think the series rides a really weird line with the Titans, because on the one hand, like the Titans don't seem that dangerous. They're big boys that can eat you, but if you have ODM gear, like you seem like you're gonna be fine. Like most of the time that one of the characters dies, it's because either A, they're fighting like an intelligent Titan like Annie, they are like the Titan takes them by surprise. Like when Eren gets eaten in the Battle of Trost, he gets eaten because the Titan took him by surprise. But like, had Eren known the Titan was there, he would have almost certainly killed it.
I mean, like, they're too random. Like, yeah, like a zombie apocalypse. It's almost always like you got fast zombies, you got slow zombies. But like in Attack on Titan, like you could be dealing with like a whole bunch of slow freaking Titans, but then all of a sudden you just get a wild runner who's just like wicked fast, and then you're dead.
Yeah, like, it's a shame. Like, there's genuine parts about the series that I love, and then there's also genuine parts that I'm just like, eh. Like, they talk about how the Titans are, like, so dangerous and everything, but, like, all the people that we see are, like, supposed to be amazing. Like, the Levi squad and everything. And, like, it just genuinely makes me wonder how these people, like, how so many people die if, like, people like Eren are, like, the normal people in this world, you know?
Yeah. Like, I mean, at least, like, they keep talking about how, like, Levi's, like, the recon team is, like, badass and, like, amazing, but then they also have, like, the highest, like, casualty rate. And then, like,
yes.
At first you think, like, oh, man, like, they're doing pretty good, but then, like, immediately, like, Levi's, like, whole squad gets taken out by Annie when she, like, is a female Titan. And you're like,
yeah,
oh,
and, like,
man.
I get that. Like, Annie's definitely a special case, but, like, we never really get to see a normal scouting mission and see how many people die. We just see the aftermath of them.
You know, now that it's actually over, it would actually be kind of cool if they made, like, a little, like, Attack on Titan, like, OVA, where they just kind of, like, do, like, side stories of, like, some minor, like, side characters, or even just, like, whole completely unrelated characters, where it's, like, not the big, grandiose story that Eren and his crew was dealing with, but just some, like, just some schlubs, like, out in the boonies who are just, like, doing their own thing to survive. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'd be perfectly fine getting, like, a story or whatever of, like, a normal-ass scout on a normal-ass scout mission.
Yeah.
And just see what things are like for them. One thing that I really like in this game is that everybody kind of has their own little character arc when you're hanging out with them as friends. Like, Jean's whole thing is that he's embarrassed by his, like, his mother. And, like, he has a conversation with you about how he's like, oh, yeah, like, can you believe her? And you're just like, bro, my parents are fucking dead. I watched them die. Like, you should appreciate your parents. And he goes, oh, wow,
you actually do
shit.
play as Eren in that.
So you play as Eren in the first game. In this game, you play as somebody else from Shiganshina. You play as your own custom character from the district that Eren and Armin and them are from. Come on. And you have to build your own character from scratch. Also, you canonically die in a blaze of glory, and it's pretty great.
Sweet.
And like everybody, literally the entire fucking scout division has this really long, like, touching cutscene of just everybody waiting for you to return from the battlefield because they all have so much faith in you that you'll come back. And, like, Levi is, like, sitting alone drinking tea, just remembering you. Krista and Armin are, like, sitting on rooftops staring at the wall. Eren is, like, sitting alone in a room reading the journal you left him when you left to go out in a blaze of glory. And, like, Hanji is, like, trying to talk to Erwin to get, like, a rescue mission staged to come and save you.
Wow.
And, like, it was genuinely moving.
That's, like, legitimately heartbreaking. Like, wow.
Like, yeah, because the whole premise is that they have a DLC mission called The Final Battle, which is, it's loosely based on the battle with the Beast Titan at the end of Season 3. Where essentially the Beast Titan, the Armor Titan, and the Colossal Titan attack to try to break Annie out. And at the end, you manage to stop them and get Annie back. And you guys are like, you're getting Annie in this cart, and you're trying to get back into the city. But everybody is like out of resources and everything, and you're the only one left with like working gear. And so you guys are like riding in this cart, desperately trying to fucking escape. And what ends up happening is the Beast Titan summons an army of Titans to chase you down, and you guys can't outrun them. And so you pull out the journal that you've written in the entire game, and you put it in Aaron's unconscious hands, and like stand up and look at the Titans, and Mikas is like, wait, where are you going? And then you just take off, and you get this awesome cutscene that's first person of you fighting off an entire army of Titans single-handedly, before it ends with one of the Titans reaching at you, and your vision going black. And then the next cutscene is everybody in the city just reminiscing about you and desperately hoping that you'll return from the battlefield alive.
Aww.
And it's really, really cool. Like, they did a phenomenal job with it.
That actually, like, sounds really cool. Like, you could just very easily just made him, like, a badass and, like, just have it at that, but to, like, have it be, like, very, like, emotionally connecting with, like, all the characters, like, that's, like, oof.
I think the strongest part is that, like, we don't know for certain that your character dies. Like, your vision fades to black, we get the cutscene of everybody waiting for you, and then it cuts to credits. Like, we don't know if your character survives, but we do know that that's the last journal entry that you had, was that battle. So either way, you never came back for that journal.
Well, I guess you'll have to find out in Attack on Titan 3.
So,
how they get ya.
like, like, it was genuinely emotionally moving. I was very impressed by it.
You think it's good enough to get into a part 3?
Honestly, I never expected them to get an Attack on Titan 2. I don't know that they'll make an Attack on Titan 3. I think that, if they do anything, they may just make another DLC. Because, the way that the Attack on Titan games have kind of worked is, the first game covers all of Season 1, from the point of view of, like, the main cast. Each mission you're playing as a main cast member. It goes up to the end of Season 1, and then there's a bunch of, like, post-game missions that are all based on, they're all based on the Season 2 stuff with the Beast Titan and everything. They're loosely based on it, but they're not a direct adaptation of it, because the anime hadn't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
When this game came out, it still covers the entire story from Season 1 up into, like, the end of Season 2, and then a DLC that loosely adapts Season 3 in a single mission. But it does it all from the perspective of a new protagonist, where you're playing as this new guy who is, like, the hot shot of the fucking team. Like, Levi is instructed to take you and Aaron on specifically for private lessons once you join the Scouts, because you guys are, like, so promising. And then, like, while you're still in cadet training, the Scouts, like, recruit you to go out on, like, official missions before you even officially join the Scouts. And then, like, everybody has, like, their own little story arcs and everything that you go on when you make friends with them. And I think a big part of what makes the ending so powerful is the fact that the way that you get stronger is by hanging out with these people and forming bonds with them. And so, like, I had maxed out, like, a third of the Scout Regiment when I finished the game. Like, I was maxed out with Aaron, I was maxed out with Krista, I was maxed out with Levi, I was maxed out with Hanji. And so, like, I'd gone through a lot of things with this. Like, Hanji's story arc is you become her assistant and help her capture and study Titans. Krista's story arc is that she goes to help out at, like, this hospital, this field hospital, and take care of, like, injured soldiers. And there's this one particular injured soldier who is gonna die, and his family comes to visit him every day. And Krista learns, oh, hey, yeah, like, there's this plant outside the city that, like, could supposedly help the guy, but we can't leave the city unless we're on a scout mission, so we have to get permission to go and, like, try to get this thing. And so you guys arrange a scout mission purely to go out and get this flower to, like, protect this guy and, like, keep him alive. Aaron's whole storyline is about how he feels alienated from everybody else because he's a Titan shifter, and people look at him like he's some kind of monster, and you have to help him, like, get back his confidence and feel comfortable in the city again. You get Mikasa to develop a personality that's not just, I want to protect Aaron.
Like, I think you mean a personality that isn't, I want to bang Aaron?
Yeah, kind of. It's like there are some genuinely moving things. Like I mentioned John's whole things about how like he feels embarrassed that his parents care about him and everything, and you get him to just appreciate that, bro. Like you and your parents, like both of you could die at any time. Like you need to appreciate that.
We live in a nightmare world where anybody can be eaten at any time. Enjoy what you have.
Yeah. Like it's genuinely good stuff, man. I did not SS this mission. How do I? Presumably, that's what I need to do. Let's see. Also, you get like a bunch of different types of ODM gear and blades and stuff. And one of the ones that you unlock when you finish the game, that you have to like get materials for, are massive flaming swords. And their special ability is that when you hit your opponent, they burst into flames.
Sweet.
Like, I really want to unlock it just to try it, but like, it's really expensive. Daz, I hate you. Why are you a thing? There's this character named Daz, and I don't remember if he's in like the actual show. But like, his whole thing is that he's like this weak, cowardly soldier, and he joins the garrison and everything. And he's one of the few people in the game that, no matter how many times I hang out with them, I never unlock an ability from hanging out with them. And his like description is quite literally like, he's a cowardly soldier and he's not really good for much. And I'm just like, why are you even a thing? Why can I even befriend you?
Why do you exist?
I'm like 90% certain that if I build all these bases here, it'll trigger the thing for the the dire elimination, so I can SS this mission. Alright, so that's all of them. Let's see. Hi, Keith. I did not mean to do that. Whatever.
貴様らはすでに手遅れている。すぐに始めろ。お前が合図してくれ。しっかり頼むぜ。合図をしたら一斉に目標を攻撃するんだ。みんなで V を狙って一気に倒しましょう。私たち息ぴったりですね。ま、天才の俺がいるからな。
Yeah. All right.
ある程度はできるようだな。これより最終訓練を開始する。
Come on, come on. How do I start the dire elimination? There's gotta be one, right?
森の中に多数出現する。迅速に索敵し、討伐せよ。破壊した V の数が評価対象となる。班で協力し、より多くの V を破壊しろ。それでは始め。
Well, there's the dire elimination target.
なんだ、あの縁談は。ガスと刃を切らしたと聞いていたが、ここまで盛り返す。奴らをまとめているのはあいつか。相手になるよ。
Oh, you're just a medium, I'm normal.
Sweet.
よろしくな。了解。まずしっかり頼むぜ。このまま。刃が使えなくなる前に完走しろよ。
Sasha? I'm assuming that, no. It did not work. Oh, shame.
しっかり頼むぜ。わかった。よろしくな。
Get in the net, bitch!
Get in the net.
Yeah, you can like, so you can capture Titans, and like study them to unlock new abilities and some money. And it's quite literally just you carry a shoulder-mounted net launcher, and just fire nets at them after you like cut off a certain amount of limbs.
Ah, neat.
It's pretty great.
A vital life lesson as well. You ever need to take somebody in, just hack off all their limbs. Jeez.
Yeah, the small ones are small enough that you can just net them. But like the medium ones you have to chop off their legs, and the largest ones you have to chop off all of their limbs.
気合を入れ直せ。
おい、アルミンいいな。それで全力なのかよ。とろいやつらだな。
ごめん。私、足手まといになってるかな。
すごいな。お前、周りに合わせるのが相当うまいんだな。
Yeah, Levi's fucking multi-hit ability really makes these early game missions where you have to hit more targets than the other trainees just so much easier.
最初から任せときゃよかったな。
Because I can chain from one target directly into another, and it's awesome.
Do you think Attack on Titan like could only have worked like with their era of technology? Like if it happened like with modern day tech, would it be nearly as effective?
No, because like that's the whole thing. Is like in the in season 4, they discover how to build guns and shit, and so they just
thought they already
make
had
equipment. That can,
Didn't they have
so they have cannons, but they figure out how to make ODM gear that's like firearms and shit. They can just like one-shot Titans.
there-
おいエレン、同じ班なんだから足引っ張んじゃねえぞ。なんだと。じゃあ、てめえこそ引っ張んなよ。
Because like they make like new ODM gear that's specifically based around fighting like the intelligent Titans and fighting around humans, and like it just makes the conflict just far less impactful, in my opinion.
Suddenly, giant naked humanoids are a whole lot less scary once you can actually put a like 50-round mag into them.
Yeah.
今のはお前がヘマしたんだろうが。
Did I get an SS clear? I don't know if I got an SS clear because I didn't beat it before the time limit ran out.
貴様らの班だ。やった。お前のおかげだ。よっしゃ。やっぱ俺天才。
No, so one little thing that I've mentioned pretty much every time that I've streamed this game that I really appreciate is that people use your last name or your first name depending on their relationship status with you. So like, when you first start the game, everybody calls you by your family name, your last name. But once you hit like rank 3 or 4 friendship with somebody, they start using your first name instead. Like they do in like actual Japan. Hey, SSS.
Yay! The SSS? What?
So once you get to the post game, you unlock the ability to get SS ranks. And the way that it works is you have to get S rank in all aspects of the mission. The total number of eliminations, the total number of missions completed on that mission, and the time that it took you to finish everything. You have to get S's in all of those, and then you also have to get the you have to kill the dire elimination target, which you can only do in the post game stuff. And so when I said SSS there, I was reading off the fact that I got it in time, missions, and eliminations.
Oh. Very bad, unfortunate name.
Supposedly, I'm supposed to be able to upgrade people's friendships to rank 15 with the DLC, but they're not going above 10, and I don't know why. Maybe it's the elimination mode or whatever, the other game mode that I have to do.
いつも平然とした顔をしてるあいつに訓練に加わってもらったら参考になると思うんだが。あ、その通りだ。ミカサのことだ。
Oh man.
ちょうどいいところ。
By the way, how'd your vaccine go? Feeling all right?
I haven't gotten it yet.
You haven't got it yet?
my
I thought you said you got it.
Yeah. I got my appointment set up for it. I did not have the actual vaccine yet. I think it's the 22nd? Let me double check my calendar real quick. Let me get an entry. Yeah, the 22nd around 1 o'clock. I asked some buddies of mine who got it what to expect, and they were like, yeah, I felt like I got hit in the arm with a golf ball for like the next like 2 days afterwards.
Yep.
But it's like, it's the second one that fucks you up, and I was like, oh, amazing.
I gotta say, having gone through the second one, I don't know if it's just me. Apparently, it must be just me, but I don't really feel all that affected by it. I just had like a minor headache, and of course my arm hurt. But like I didn't really like have any nausea or like any aches or really super tired in any way, shape, or form. I just kind of like felt as I normally do, just with a hurty arm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I will say though, for some reason today, I woke up and like I just had like a really bad like dizzy spell. Like I wasn't like spinny, but like when I woke up, I just felt like all disoriented, like I just got off of like a roller coaster or something. It was really weird.
Yeah, I've had that happen occasionally. A lot of the times for me it happens because Daisy's woken me up and I haven't had enough sleep.
No.
Like, lately she keeps trying to wake me up at like 6 o'clock, and it really bothers the crap out of me. The worst part though is every now and then she'll throw up, and if she throws up in the middle of the night, the sound of her throwing up is one of the one sounds that can wake me up instantly. And so like I'll hear it and just kind of subconsciously I'll immediately wake up and just lurch into a standing position to go and like find her, and I'll stagger through the house dizzy with my eyes not focused in yet, and like it's rough.
Oh god. Yeah, cat like hacking sounds are like the most like immediate sobering like sound I could possibly hear after growing up for so many years with like cats. Like the second I start hearing like any of my like if I hear Leo and Luna just go like, I'm immediately like, oh my god, they're doing it, oh god.
oh god, we have to stop this.
Ugh.
It's happening.
Although one time Luna did it, and like she just like immediately stopped. Like she was almost like doing it on purpose to like get me up and over to her, because like as soon as I got over to her, she just kind of like stopped and looked up at me, and I was just like, "You all right?" And she just looked up, and then she just walked away.
The cats are really smart about stuff like that. So Daisy knows all the things that she's not allowed to do, and anytime that like I'm not giving her attention when she wants attention, or if like she's trying to get me to come and fill up her food bowl or something, she'll do the things that she's not supposed to do. She'll go and she'll swat at the blinds. She'll jump up on the coffee table. Anything to do. So when I was living with my parents, she'd jump up on my my desk and start walking on my keyboard, because the clicking of the keyboard would make a loud sound that I could hear like anywhere in like the house. And the moment that I heard it, I know what she'd be doing, and I'd run over and have to like pick her up and do something with her.
No. Yeah, I don't know about Leo and Luna though. They're simultaneously really smart and the dumbest cats I've ever seen.
Also, I was telling Jake yesterday that Daisy seems happier about my new couch than I am.
Aw.
Like, pretty much every time that I've been playing video games, at some point she just comes over and she lays down at the other end of the couch and just lays down and watches me play.
Aw. Beauty.
She's been climbing up and down the thing all day. She sits in my lap and everything. Like, she's really enjoying it. She's also started walking over to my my recliner and laying down in the recliner, because now I'm sitting over on the couch.
Oh God, I've got a diamond, don't I? And we have a diamond. Ah, yes, I do have a diamond.
驚いたな。ベルトルト、なんか今のお前、前よりもずっと頼りになる感じがするぜ。できた。本当に二人を仲裁できたよ。やった。まるで僕じゃないみたいだ。
Way to go, Berthold, you fucking traitor.
そんな褒めすぎだ。照れてしまうよ。
I don't know why, but like, of all of the three people who were like traitors, the only one that I actually like is Annie.
Like, I don't know. I was always kind of a fan of, oh, God, what was his name?
Reiner,
Blonde.
the blonde guy?
Yeah, Reiner. Like, I was always a fan of him.
I think that my bit with him is, so Berthold I think is just too boring. He doesn't really have much going on.
It's
Reiner
true.
always
He's just
felt
tall.
like, just like, yeah, like Reiner always felt like he was like the perfect soldier boy, and I just found it kind of boring. But like, Annie's personality has like some edge to it, but like, you can also tell that underneath that edge, she genuinely cares about the people that she's like hanging out with, and that like, when she gets caught, like, she is genuinely kind of upset by it, because, like, she became really good friends with Armin.
And then she went and murdered a bunch of people.
That was one of the things that I really enjoyed about the main story, was the mission where you're fighting the female Titan in the city, and then, like, at the end of the mission when Eren Titans out too, and I made a comment, I was like, oh, yep, I guess we just don't care about collateral damage anymore. And then literally 30 seconds into the fight, they'd leveled half a city block between the two of them. It was pretty great, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh. Well, to be fair for both of them, Annie was like an eco-terrorist who basically didn't care about human life, and Eren is just an idiot.
I mean, he's, like, at that point in the show, he was just like a giant rage machine who was just desperate to take down this fucking traitor. And I get it. I understand. Hello, Ymir. You bitch. Are we complaining about Krista?
Nobody complains about Krista.
Krista's a fucking angel.
Exactly.
Such a
Nobody.
sweetheart.
Nobody. Not a single soul.
Bro, at the end of the game, after Ymir gets kidnapped by Reiner and Berthold, like, she has this moment where she's like in the barracks and she's all sad and shit. And I walked up to her, and we have like rank 9 out of 10 friendship. And she's like, I just can't believe that she left us like that. And I'm like, yeah, I know what you're going through. Like, I get it. She's my friend too. And she fucking snapped at me and yelled about how, like, I couldn't possibly understand what she was going through. And, like, I was genuinely upset. I was like, you don't yell at people, Krista. What are you doing? What's wrong?
Excuse you, adorable little cherub woman. First off, nobody yells at me, and second of all, you don't yell at anyone.
Like, it was genuinely surprising because it was like you just have this super wholesome cinnamon bun of a person, and it's like she's all of a sudden just like, yo, fuck you, and you're like, whoa, where did that come from? It was just genuinely threw me for a loop. There's a lot at the end of this game that kind of really threw me for a loop.
Oh lord, how many? Oh, sweet, cool. Hey, almost done. Almost done. Almost done.
ゼロに流されて兵士になったが、そのことを後悔していて、母親の介護のために帰郷すべきかどうか迷っているらしい。
なんだ、まだ見てたのか。あんなやつと同じ判断なんて冗談じゃないよな。
Yeah, I really want to try the other game modes in this game because there's one where you play as like the actual characters from the story, and then there's one where like it's called territory recovery mode, and I believe you play as you and you like build your own team, and I want to try it too because I think that's the one where you can like level up friendship higher than 10, but at the same time I want to finish all the stuff in like the main story mode.
Evelyn, it's your birthday, so here's a diamond.
Also, the other day I did a stream, and it's like my most popular Attack on Titan 2 stream, with like over 30 views on the archive. And I called it fucking Titan Slaying Cowboy because my character was in full like cowboy attire for like the full mission.
That's sick.
Because like I wore like the scout cloaks, like the green ones, but they kind of look like ponchos, and so I made like mine black, and I wear a cowboy hat, and then I wore like a bandana around my mouth, and I looked like a fucking like like cowboy.
Look like Clint Eastwood.
Excuse me. Yeah, it was really cool. And I went around as the deadliest Beyblade and killed all the fucking Titans. Alrighter. Yes, let's go. Let us be off. I'm not sure if I can save Marco or not. I probably can, but I'm not certain that I can.
You must save, good boy.
I presume that I can probably do it because he has an entry in my little booklet. I'm just not sure which mission it would be in.
Have you, like, made friends with him? Like, have you actually talked to him?
Yes, but my friendship rank is rank 0, ready to go up to rank 1. Because, like, he dies so damn early in the game that you just never get the opportunity to go and, like, hang out with him.
Oh. Heck yeah. Oh, come on, Silver.
Hi-ho, Silver!
That is
Oi!
the only reason why I named my horse Silver. Despite my whole, like, character thing for this playthrough being all about blue, I decided to name my horse Silver.
What's so odd question.
Eh.
What's your opinion about the fucking Lone Ranger movie with Johnny Depp?
Oh goodness. Okay, so I think it's like it's not amazing. But at
Yeah.
the same time, I don't think it's like super terrible. Like, I don't think it's like the worst thing ever. I think there's some enjoyable aspects to it. Like, honestly, I think Johnny Depp as Tonto is actually pretty enjoyable. Like, he can be like a little much sometimes, but for the most part, I quite enjoy like his whole shtick.
Alright.
And Armie Hammer as the Lone Ranger, as much as I want the Lone Ranger to be like the stoic, like badass type, I do kind of enjoy our Hammer's like dumbass himbo like style that he rolls with, where he's just like a hopeless good guy who is just in the Wild West and he just can't catch a break.
Yeah, like that's kind of my thing. Is like there's parts of the movies that I think is really dumb, but overall I think the movie is pretty fun.
Like, I also kind of wish that, like, the bad guy, like, I thought William Fichtner as, like, the cannibal, like, bandit was awesome. And if the story, like, focused on him and just him, I would have been perfectly fine. But then they had to go and, like, do, like, the whole, like, railroad plot line and, like, a whole bunch of, like, counterfeit silver and like all just they made it way too complicated when like all you really needed was William Fichtner eating Armie Hammer's brother's heart, and like that was it. You sold me. I already know who the bad guy is and I already want him dead.
I feel like the Lone Ranger isn't something that needs a very complicated story.
Yeah,
Give me cannibal bandits and I'm good.
cannibal bandits. You hunt them down. That's it. I'm good. I'm strapped in for the next hour and a half.
We're good. That's all I need.
But the running joke of like just the horse being really weird is
I fucking love that.
it was simultaneously really stupid, but like really enjoyable. Like it kept giving me like Roach vibes from Witcher 3.
Yeah, exactly. Like one of my favorite bits is like the horse, like I think the horse is like on a building or something, and Johnny Depp just looks at it and goes, "There's something wrong with that horse," and I feel like that's fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's, the horse is just in a fucking tree, and Johnny Depp's just like, something very wrong with that horse. Oh god, no. Oh, yeah. Side conversation that's semi-related. What do you think of A Million Ways to Die in the West?
I haven't seen it since I saw it in theaters. There were parts of it that I really enjoyed, and there are parts of it that I felt like went on kind of too long.
Yeah.
Like, one of my absolute favorite joke is how, like, Seth MacFarlane's parents are, like, dying, and his dad's, like, shitting himself to death, and they're outside talking, and then you just hear, "Oh, that one came out my penis!"
Oh god, yeah, that's right.
Like, that one joke has stuck with me. It's the only joke in the entire movie that has stuck with me all of these years, because at the time, it was just so fucking hilarious.
But I personally, I really enjoy it because I think of more like funny and enjoyable bits to that movie than I do negative bits. Like, I really enjoy Seth MacFarlane and Charlize Theron's like relationship in that movie because it feels really real and like genuine, and like I enjoy their characters and them just like getting along, and it's really fun. But like then there are times where like some jokes go on just a teeny bit too long, and whenever Seth MacFarlane gets a little too like ranty, like it just feels like, okay, wrap it up, man, wrap it up. But like there are just so many like really fucking hilarious jokes. Like the one that the one joke that I really adore and I always think back to it is when like they do the flashback to their graduation, and Gilbert Gottfried comes in dressed as Abraham Lincoln and just starts going off, and he's just like, "I remember when this whole place was orange groves, and everywhere there was leprechauns on every tree stump." And he just leans over to his friend like, "I don't think that's really Abraham Lincoln."
So there's one joke that I found very funny, and it was the when Charlize Theron is trying to teach Seth MacFarlane how to fucking shoot a gun, and he keeps missing, and he gets up to the point where he goes up and like places his gun against the fucking bottle that he's trying to shoot, and still misses, and then he just knocks all the bottles off with his hands out of frustration.
Yeah. Oh. Oh man. I also there was also that really great cameo where like you don't even expect it, but like Seth MacFarlane just like finishes up his date with Charlize Theron, and he's just walking back home, and he sees the light coming from the bar, and he goes over to it, and there's fucking Doc Brown just with the DeLorean in there, and he's just like, hey Doc, what you doing there? And he's like, oh, you know, science things. So much.
I didn't even remember that one.
It's like, it's such like an out of nowhere like thing, but the fact that they actually got Christopher Lloyd is just amazing. And it's like, it's so fucking like, it's such a like fun little like cameo like Easter egg, and I love it. Same thing with like at the very end. they just bring in Jamie Foxx as Django from Django Unchained, and he just shoots like a slave like carnival game owner. Oh my god, and the fucking carnival, like another joke that me and my friend constantly like joke about when like they're looking at like the cough syrup medicine, and he's just like, look what they got in here: heroin, cocaine, sand, flannel. Are you telling me they put bits of flannel shirt in here? What the hell is that? And the dude just is like, science. So anytime me and my friend just like find something like really weird in like some kind of like food or medicine, we're just like, what the hell is isopropyl? Science.
Like, just overall in general, I'm far more forgiving of most bad movies because I try to go in with just no expectations, and so like anytime I see a bad movie, it's just not really a big deal to me.
I am like, I will be critical of a bad movie, and of course you know me, I love like a bad movie. But like if a movie's just not good to me, like I tend to like be like very like, I wasn't a huge fan. But like I am very lenient with comedies as long as they can like 100% make me laugh and they're not like groany like ugh. Like if it's a legitimate laugh, like then I consider that a good movie, a good comedy movie at least.
Yeah, like in my opinion, as long as I have fun with the movie, it's fine.
Agreed.
Like I don't need the movie to be perfect, but if I have a good time, I'm good.
As long as the movie is entertaining. Have you ever heard of a movie called Death to Smoochie?
No.
I just recently watched it, and it's pretty wild. It's a movie with Robin Williams and Edward Norton, where Robin Williams is like an out of work like kid show star named Rainbow Randolph, who got fired because he was embezzling money from the show. And so the studio decides to hire a new guy who is like a clean cut, no swearing, no bad press, like super golden good boy. And they bring him on the show, and Robin Williams' character just gets fucking pissed. And he just decides to make this guy's life a living hell.
Oh, hey, I was right. So once you get near the end of the game, you unlock the ability to, like, whenever you have Aaron do a move, you can make him turn into a Titan. And I was wondering if, like, when the other Titan shifters come back at the end of the game, if you'd be able to do that with them. Well, Reiner and Berthold are currently just like that, and I just turned Berthold into a fucking the Colossal Titan.
Oh! We'll see. Cool. Feels a little out of nowhere, but I mean,
Yeah, a little bit. I have no idea where he's at right now. I turned him into the Colossal, and now he's just kind of gone.
oh god, we have a Colossal on the run. I don't know where he is.
I don't know how you lose a Titan that big, but sure.
How do you lose a Colossal Titan?
That just, I don't know why, but that made me think of that one bit from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, where like Mr. Mosby was like, "How do you lose a woman?" And like Cody was like, "You forget to cherish her."
Oh god. Oh man. Old fucking Disney shows, man. They had a magic to them.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time that I saw a Disney show like that I really enjoyed.
A live-action Disney show, like
Yeah.
a live-action Disney has kind of like just gone all to like Marvel.
I think the last one that I like genuinely enjoyed was like I think like Wizards of Waverly Place or something.
Wizards of Waverly Place. God, that was a fun show, but a stupid like rule in their like mythos of like only one child in a wizard family can inherit the wizard powers.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and you can't marry a mortal or else you forfeit your wizard powers. Just so many like rules that are just designed to be like, you no longer have wizard powers. And it's like,
Yeah.
ugh.
It always really bothered me. Because like the show overall was really good. Like moment to moment was really good. But like the whole premise of like, oh yeah, like you can't like do any of these 15 things. And at the end, like, only one successor can, like, have the powers.
And you know what, like, really always peeved me off about that fact? Because...
that you thought that Max was gonna get the powers or whatever?
Yes!
Because he's an idiot?
Because he's the only one that, like, desperately needs them in order to function. Like, Alex was, like... She was, like, perfectly fine. She had normal friends, she liked boys, she had a good social life, and she was, like, relatively smart enough. But, like, she, of course, like, loved having magic just to, like, muck about. But she was definitely the type that you could see, like, oh, I'm going to, like, marry a dude, and I'm gonna have kids, and I'm not really gonna need magic. And then, oh my god, I can't remember the brother's name, the older one.
Same. I don't know why.
He was always so boring to me. But either way, and he was just wicked smart. So you knew that he was going to be all fine and dandy on his own, and he was always the good boy. So if he was like, you know what, I don't need magic, give it to Alex or Max, they deserve it more than me. And then he was going to go off and go to like Harvard or MIT. But Max was just a fucking idiot. So he's just like, well, I guess I'm getting the magic. And then he uses it to fucking like scratch his ass or something stupid.
Yeah.
Ugh.
You remember when, like, the older brother dated a werewolf girl?
No! He dated a vampire.
Alright, yeah. I could have sworn it was a werewolf, but whatever.
They might have done a werewolf, like, solo episode, but I remember they had, like, that whole season where, like, he was, like, in a relationship with a vampire girl because the vampires moved in across the street from the wizards. And, like, they just very casually were just like, oh yeah, vampires are a thing. I mean, like, wizards are a thing, but vampires are definitely a thing in this world. And I just was like, oh, okay. Like, is this a problem? Like, are people dying?
Was the girl who played the vampire girlfriend, was she the girl from Good Luck Charlie?
Ooh, you know what? I think she might have been.
Because I don't remember her face. But like when I try to imagine it, I fill in her face. I
Yeah,
don't know if that's right or not.
I want to say it was her. Because like Disney had like a thing where like if they had like side characters who were like popular, then they would just kind of like eventually give them like their own like spin-off show without like being like a spin-off show. They would just be like, and here's blah 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 in blah blah blah.
You know one thing that's always confused me? Victoria Justice played like the fucking MMA fighter in iCarly, and then like she goes off and gets her own show with Victorious. But then like Victorious and iCarly are in the same universe because like Victoria Justice goes and meets Carly and the gang in one episode, and then Sam and Cat was a thing, and I'm just like, are they like the same person in this universe? Like what's going on here?
Wasn't the girl from who was Victoria? Wasn't she also in Zoe 101?
I don't know. I never watched Zoe 101.
I remember I watched it, but I don't know why.
So that was one of those shows that was out when I was like really young, and anytime I saw it, I was just like, "Oh, that's the girls' show," because I was like a 5-year-old, and to me, a show about a girl in high school was just the girl show, and I had just no interest in it.
Yes. The girl from Wizards of Waverly Place who was the vampire, she was the girl from Good Luck Charlie. Yes.
Cool. I remember watching a handful of episodes of that, but yeah.
There
Like, I
was
don't
like a
remember much
lot of
about
like
it.
Disney shows. There were a lot of like live action shows that I remember watching, and I was always like, why am I watching this? Am I just this bored? But I would never like walk away. I would just be like, it's on.
I just enjoyed having TV.
Yeah. Although I never had that issue with cartoons. Cartoons I was always a joy to watch. There was always a reason
Oh, yeah.
why I watched a given cartoon.
I'm still considering going back and rewatching fucking Phineas and Ferb.
Classic.
It's a damn good show.
It's a very good show. It's I don't know why it's so good, but it is.
多くの兵士を失ったが、特に貴重な2人の精鋭を失ったのだったな。
本当に残念です。イエーガーを巨人から守るためとはいえ。
私は未だにあいつが本当に味方なのか信じ
I
られ
still say you need to watch
確かに壁の穴は
some of Disney's newer cartoons. Gravity Falls, Amphibia, Owl House. They're classic and they're good.
I'm just not interested in them.
They're very interesting.
I'm just not interested.
Plus also they're pretty funny.
ピクシス司令のお考えは理解しがたい。人間の姿をしているとはいえ、あんな得体の知れぬやつを。
隊長、イアンもミタビも最後にはイエーガーを信じて戦っていました。不安定な彼の力にかけなければ人類
Have you seen the new trailer for Army of the Dead? The new Zack Snyder zombie movie?
I didn't even realize that was going to be a thing.
Coming out on
大きめになっ
Netflix.
たことだから従うしかない。
I'm not a huge Zack Snyder
あいつの怪しげな
fan.
力に頼るのは
I get it, but there are like a handful of his projects that I really enjoy. I don't really like any of his DC stuff, but
I like Man of Steel. I
Really?
think Batman v Superman is better than people give it credit for.
Martha.
Yeah, so that one scene, I feel like made everybody despise that movie.
It is really
Like-
stupid. I
But
mean, it is like a
so-
coincidence that like you never think about until that moment. Because I remember,
Yeah.
like when that moment happened and like it all connected, I was just like, "Holy shit! They do have the same named mom, don't they? That's weird." But then like Batman's just like, "I consider you a friend now," and I'm just like, "Okay, that's a bit of a jump."
So, like, the point of the scene, like, it's not done very well, but the point of the scene is very good. So the whole premise of that scene is that up until this moment, Batman has only ever seen Superman as a danger. He's never seen him as a person, a citizen of Earth. And the moment that he's like, I need you to save Martha, that was the moment that Batman began to see him like as a person. Like, oh my god, like he made the connection with his mother and was like, oh, what? And then like Lois was like, that's his mom, like that's his mother's name. And then Batman at that moment saw him as a citizen of our planet, as somebody who lives here. And so the scene does, like, it pulls a lot of weight. It does a lot of good things, and people just overlook it because the delivery was so stupid.
See, like, I feel like you could have easily have done that without doing the Martha scene. Like, have them keep fighting, and, like, have it be, like, neck and neck. But then Luthor summons up Doomsday, and Doomsday comes into play, and, like, they both just kind of, like, they don't, like, stop, but they both, like, just kind of, like, solitarily realize like this is a bigger threat and this has to be dealt with, and so they both start like dealing with it and not really like working together, just kind of like doing what they need to do. But the whole time that they're doing it, collateral damage is happening, stuff's getting messed up. But every time it's happening, Superman goes off and he like tries to minimize damage, and he starts trying to like save like civilian casualties. He like is like stopping buildings and cars from crashing into people, and Bats begins to take notice of that, and he realizes, oh my god, this dude's not a monster, this is the monster, and he's like just a guy just trying to save people. Okay, and then Doomsday has like a big moment where like he's about to like smash like Soup's face in while he's protecting like some kids or some stupid thing, and Batman like grapples like his arm and pulls him away, and he tells him like, get them out of here, and Superman saves them, and then he comes back and bam, smacks Doomsday, and then they have like a cool little like teamwork team up where they beat the crap out of Doomsday, and then Wonder Woman shows up, and then it's like, why the hell are you here? And she's like, I was here from the beginning. Like, in passing.
Like, I do agree that the scene could have been handled much better. But I just think that, like, everybody focuses way too much on that scene whenever they talk about that movie.
It's a very memorable scene, and not in a good way.
Well, so there are very good points in that movie, and I'm gonna say something that you may think is rather controversial. That movie has one of the best Batman scenes in any movie.
Okay, I will admit I quite enjoy Batman, so I could possibly agree with you on this. But what are you talking about?
You know the scene when Batman breaks into that room to save Superman's mother?
Yeah.
Rewatch that scene at one point. It is one of like the best Batman action scenes that you will like ever see. It is fucking amazing.
Oh, you mean when he busts into the room and he just starts beating the crap out of like all those goons?
When he starts beating the shit out of everybody, that is pure good Batman shit right there.
And like it's almost like assuredly that he killed a couple people, even though it's like it's like very like, oh, he's not killing them, he's just hucking huge ass crates at people's heads and breaking them.
So I don't remember. I watched a YouTube video, and I think it was a Patrick H. Willems video. It's either that or Nostalgia Critic, where they point out that in that scene, there's an alternate version where, like, there's this one bit where Batman, like, throws a guy and slams into the wall, and then he gets, like, knocked out. And that's, like, the theatrical cut. But apparently there's an alternative, like, rated R cut, where he slams him against the wall, and then there's, like, a blood splatter where the guy's head hit the wall. And, like, you know in that cut, that guy's fucking dead.
For sure. I mean, there's a lot of moments where, like, there's a lot of moments in a lot of superhero, like, movies where I'm like, that dude's dead. Like, anytime Captain America throws his shield at just a nameless person, I'm just like, they're dead. That was a vibranium shield, and he hucked it with the might of an Olympic god. They're dead.
I mean, we should have had a conversation, like, last week or whatever, about how, like, we don't think about the fact that Captain America's killed people.
And then, like, fucking John Walker decapitates a dude. and like everybody loses their minds.
I get it though. I get it.
I mean, I do. It was in public, and he did it with a snarling rage face. But I get it. By the way, my friend sent me a TikTok of of a funny bit where like it's the beginning of like one of the it's the beginning of one of the Falcon Winter Soldier episodes, and it's when Walker's like running away, and as he's like running away, like somebody like dubbed in the lines like running away from the consequences of my actions, running away, the consequences can't catch me now. And it goes on for a little while. I just like was like, wow, you could basically make that the theme of the entire series. And my friend's just like, oh my god, you're actually right. It's like everybody in that show, from like Bucky to Sam to Carly to John, are just like, oh no, my actions. I didn't know this would happen, even though I did it. Oh, are you telling me burning a bunch of people in a building was wrong?
Was that a bad thing to do?
Oh god, you know what? My bad, guys. My bad. That's on me.
So
Bucky
I had
just
a conversation with Jake and Sean yesterday. Do you think that that John understands that the guy that he killed wasn't the guy who killed Lamar? Or do you think that he genuinely believes it, or at least has rationalized it somehow?
I think he rationalized it. Like, I think he knows that, like, deep down, he was not the dude that hit him. I think he knows for a fact it was definitely Carly that punched him into a brick wall. But I think because he's like, that dude is with the Flag Smashers. He was working with Carly. He is indirectly responsible for Lamar's death. And for that, he needs to get a face full of fucking shield. And, like, I think that's, like, his whole, like, thing, is that he's just like, this dude didn't actually kill him, but he was rolling with the crew that killed him, so he's responsible. You know what my friend told me about, because, you know that Torres, in the comics, like, apparently Torres becomes Falcon when Sam becomes Captain America, right?
Yeah, I think Sean mentioned that last night. That,
Yeah.
So that's why he thinks that he's going to be the new Falcon.
Oh, for sure.
Because,
Because I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to build up that Sam is going to take on the role of Captain America, and then, like, he's just kind of going to, like, hand off the wings to Torres and just be like, well, if I'm Cap, then I guess that means somebody has to take up the wings. And he just hands them off, and, like, Torres is like...
Well, he already did. Like, remember when he walked out of that room, and Torres was like, "Hey, you've got your wings," and then Sam was like, "Cape them."
Yeah, but that was, like, less of, like, a, like, inspiring, like, you're the new Falcon, kid. And that was less of a, I don't want him anymore, you take him. So I think, like, at the end, he's gonna, like, give him more, like, kind of like, I bestow the wings unto you, Mr. Torres, ergo Falcon. But anyways, my friend's telling me that apparently, in the comics, when Torres became Falcon, they, like, genetically, like, augmented his brain with, like, the brain, like, activity and, like, neural pathways of Redwing. And so, like, in the comics, he became, like, an actual, like, Birdman.
What?
Well, because, you know, in the comics, like, Redwing is, like, an actual bird, right?
Oh, I did not. I know very little about.
In the
about
comics, like, Redwing is, like, a legit, like, bird. And so, like, in the comics, they just, like, spliced the two together, and it's like Falcon became, like, an actual, like, Falcon Man. Like, ah. But like when he was telling me that, I was just like, wow. So I wonder if they'll roll with that. But instead of that, I wonder if like they'll use Red Wing and turn Torres into like some sort of like wicked like cyborg Falcon, because that would be actually kind of sick.
That'd be interesting.
I would like really dig that. Like just like give him like the built-in like wing system and like just turn him into like Phoenix Person from Rick and Morty, just like all like augmented and like with red eye. Oh, that'd be really cool. I want more cyborgs now that Nebula's in space again.
Is the next Guardians coming out before or after the next Thor?
I think it's coming out before, because the Thor movie, like I have not heard like anything about that. But I've been hearing like some good buzz about the new Guardians movie. So I think like that one is like at least like done. And like they might release that one before like Thor does, but like I'm curious how it's going to work with like James Gunn's Suicide Squad, cuz god, I really hope they don't like air them both at the same time, because that's just going to be really terrible.
Yeah, like, the only thing I've heard about either of the new Marvel movies, with, like, Thor and the Guardians is that apparently Natalie Portman is going to take over as, like, female Thor, and that's literally the only thing I've heard.
Which I don't know how to feel about that. Not like that... Not that, like, I'm not down to see, like, a female Thor. That could work. It's just that, like, Natalie Portman's character is just kind of, like, boring. Like, Jane Foster is just, like, she was there. Like, she was only, like, really important in, like, the first Thor movie. And even then, nobody gave a crap about any of the human characters in Thor movies. In the Thor movie. Like, they only cared about Thor and Loki, and that was it. And then Thor 2 came out, and she was even less of a character, because it was just like, she has the reality stone inside her. We need to get it out. It's out. And then it's like you could write her out of the movie and you wouldn't miss a thing.
Yeah, so my thing is I like Natalie Portman as an actress, but I don't think that she cares about her role in the MCU, considering that she did the first two movies and then she just like decided she didn't want to come back until the MCU was fucking massive.
Yes. Like, I think also, like, I don't blame her for it either, because, like, the Thor movies were definitely some of the lower-tiered Marvel movies, so I get why she would have been like, oh, like, this isn't really, like, my thing. Like, this is not nearly as popular, nobody's gonna remember Jane Foster. And then fucking Infinity War happens, and she's like, now wait a minute.
Literally the only thing that I remember about the first Thor movie is the scene where Thor has, like, a coffee and then slams the fucking coffee cup on the floor and goes, another!
That's the only thing people remember. The only other thing that I can feasibly think of is when, like, Thor, Loki, and the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif go and invade Jotunheim, and like they go there and like the Jotuns like put on a big show and everybody's just trying to talk down Thor, and they're just like, come on man, it's not worth it, let's just go. And then like he's finally just like, alright fine, let's go. And then they go to leave, and then one of the Jotuns just like, yeah, run away pretty boy. And then like Loki's just like, damn it. And then Thor just fucking beats their ass. Oh, like, that was fun. But then they scold him and take away his powers because he was acting like a child. Which I get, he was, but, you know. Way to take the most enjoyable part of the movie and then scold the character for making it fun.
Yeah. Like, somebody pointed out to me the other day, something really interesting about Thor Ragnarok. So, like, at the very beginning of the movie, when he fights Surtur, it plays Led Zeppelin, and then it never plays it again until the very end, and like when he's like fully stepped into his role as God of Thunder, and that's when they bring it back again.
Oh, neato. Fascinating. I never noticed.
Like
That's cool.
At the very beginning of the movie, when like he's got his hammer and he's fully in like his element and in his power and everything, they play it while he's kicking the shit out of Surtur and everything, and then like he gets the shit kicked out of him by fucking Hela and everything, and he loses confidence in himself, and it doesn't come back again until the very end.
That makes sense too, because like that whole the whole like plot of Ragnarok is just Thor just trying to figure out who he is.
Mm-hmm.
God, really love Ragnarok. So much fun. What on earth do you make of the new Doctor Strange movie?
I have seen virtually nothing out of it.
Same. I just know that it's going to be like a horror movie.
I'm just interested because fucking Scarlet Witch is showing up again.
That's
Like,
going to be...
That right there
fun.
is the only reason that I need to go see the movie.
I'm curious, like, how Strange is going to react to the fact that, like, do you think he knew about the Scarlet Witch, like, from the get-go? Like, do you think, like, when somebody, like, when any, like, government officials, like, go to him and just be like, the Scarlet Witch is here, he's just going to be like, oh, yeah, I knew. Wanda, right? Why didn't you tell us this? Well, it wasn't really important at the time.
I think that it's going to be one of those things where he knows about the Scarlet Witch, but he just doesn't know that what she's doing is chaos magic.
Yeah, I could see. Well, because, like, how on earth could he know? Like, because all of their magic, like, he's only really known, like, one type of magic, and that's, like, the magic of, I don't even know what all you call it, glyphs? Like...
I mean, I'm willing to bet that just he's had enough time as Sorcerer Supreme that he essentially knows, like, everything that he's going to need to know.
I love the fact that they're making the MCU more mystical and supernatural, and that's going to be fun. I'm really hoping that, like, they really don't, like, botch it up, because, like, I can feel like people are gonna, like, start dying down that, like, we've had Infinity War, and, like, I want to keep the train rolling, baby. But, like, at the same time, like, it just feels like if we don't keep up the steam, like, the train's just gonna stop and we're gonna all lose interest, and then they're just gonna fucking revamp it again in, like, 10 years.
I think that there's still plenty of stuff that they've got kind of going on that is going to keep it going for a while. Like, now that they can bring in the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, I really expect the MCU to take on a lot of new life here in the coming, like, years. COVID's just got them running, like, a whole year behind schedule at this point.
Yeah. Oh, man. I wonder who on earth they're gonna get to play, like, the Fantastic Four. Like...
Honestly, I have no idea. I do not really have a preference for, like, anybody.
Like, I can't think of, like, anybody who would be, like, there's nobody I can think of that I'm just like, I want that for Mr. Fantastic, or I want that for Susan Storm. Like, nobody's just like,
You know what would be really funny? If they had Chris Evans or Price's role as fucking Johnny Storm, and then just nobody comments on it.
I would love it if, like, they just, like, bring up, like, a real quick, like, in passing, like, hey, has anybody ever told you you look a little bit like Steve Rogers? And he's just like, I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't get it.
Yeah. Anybody ever tell you look like Captain America? You know, you're the first person to actually say that. I will say Chris Evans in Fantastic Four was, like, the best part of Fantastic Four.
I don't remember a damn thing about those movies.
I just remember he was enjoyable, and, like, everybody else was just kind of, like, very meh. I mean, who was it? Angelina Jolie? Or no, Cameron Diaz? I can't remember who it was.
I don't remember.
I just remember that, like, their whole joke with her was that, like, oh, she's sexy and she turns invisible. So let's make it so that she doesn't know how her powers work. And, oh, she's in her underwear. Oh, wacky. But
Yeah.
and it's just like,
I know they did that.
I don't want to, like, have this be, like, the whole thing. She's a fucking scientist, man. Treat the character with some dignity.
なれるんじゃないですか
Yeah, yeah. I know a big part of that was just that was the time period, you know? It's like superhero movies weren't taken seriously then.
Yeah, they really weren't. Unless they were dark and gritty. And then DC tried going on that train and they really botched it up.
Just a little bit.
And then Marvel came and made things bright and fun and enjoyable. And then DC tried to do that and they botched it up again.
I really want to know if, like, if they bring in, like, the X-Men or everything, are they going to do what they did with, like, Phase 1 of the MCU, where they give a couple of the X-Men, like, their own solo movies before they go full-on X-Men? Because I think that's been one of the problems with X-Men, is that they've tried to, like, balance so many different characters. They couldn't balance them all.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see it, but at the same time, like, it would be, like, really tough. Like, a Wolverine solo movie, yeah, that could be easy. They do that in their fucking sleep. But, like, like, a solo, like, Cyclops movie, like, that would be kind of tough. Or, like, a solo, a solo Storm movie could probably work.
So I don't even think they need to be full solo movies. I think that you could very easily get by with just giving, like, 2 or 3 of the X-Men their own movie before having a full X-Men movie, you know? Like, have a movie about Cyclops and Jean Grey, where the two of them just get to hang out and be themselves. And then have, like, a movie about, like, fucking Wolverine and Rogue hanging out together or something, you know?
You know what would actually kind of work? Do a, like, start it out and do a Magneto and Professor Xavier movie. Like, where, like, you start out and, like, you show them as, like, young men when, like, they have, like, the basic friendship. Like, almost like a X-Men First Class kind of vibe, where, like, they just kind of, like, initially, like, start hanging out and they start, like, learning more about, like, powers and stuff like that. And just, like, go off from there. And then the next movie, have it be like a full-blown, like, X-Men movie, where, like, you have, like, Cyclops and Jean Grey and all them, and you can introduce them in the Xavier and Magneto movie, but, like, you actually, like, flesh them out a bit more in the full-blown X-Men movie. And then the next movie after that, you have Wolverine in his solo movie, and it's about his past, and it's like, ugh, dark, grim, Wolverine. And then you have them introduced at the very end of that, where they finally all team up to take on, like, I don't know, fucking Sabretooth. And bam, Wolverine's on the team. We got a full-blown X-Men roster now.
Yeah, just, like, one of the number 1 complaints that I've heard about, like, the X-Men movies after, like, the original, was that, like, you have no reason to care about any of the characters.
Yeah, because, like, after, like, the first X-Men movie, they're just kind of, like, assuming that, like, you have an emotional connection to Jean Grey and Cyclops and Storm and Beast and Wolverine and Rogue and Kitty Pryde and Professor Xavier and Magneto. You know these characters. They were in the last one. And you're just like, I know they exist, but, like, why?
The most common complaint that I hear about Jean Grey is they keep trying to do the Dark Phoenix stuff, but they never develop Jean as a character beyond I'm the generic nice one.
Yeah.
And because of that, like, we don't care. Like, the reason that Dark Phoenix worked in the comic books was that Jean was, like, kind of the Counselor Troy type character, where, like, she helped everybody and she was super nice and everybody kind of relied on her. And then
voice
seeing
of
her go
reason.
full on, yeah, seeing her go full murder hobo was super shocking because it was in such contrast to the character that we'd come to know at that point.
Like, I would also like, I know because like it's fucking X-Men, so you have to have Magneto being the bad guy. But like honestly, like mix it up. Like have the X-Men fight somebody like a little bit different, you know? Like have them fight the who are the underground mutants again? I can't remember those guys.
I don't remember.
They're like, but like they're the ones who like they're like an underground like mutant organization that like takes in like the really like horribly messed up like mutants, like people who can't function in like normal society because of like physical abnormalities or their powers are just way too like dangerous to be allowed in the public.
Some YouTuber I was watching the other day mentioned the idea of moving past the whole mutants are like people are prejudiced against mutants bit and go into the point where like mutants are accepted and have like their own subculture. Like give mutants like their own like district downtown, like Chinatown or Harlem or anything like that, where like that's the mutant district where everyone like all the mutants come together and engage in mutant culture and stuff like that. Because apparently something like that does eventually happen in like the comic books. I just don't remember which one.
That would be kind of interesting. The only problem I could foreseeably see with that is that like the X-Men are like their whole thing is about like prejudice. Because like their whole like big rise to like notoriety was that like it was all an allegory for like race relations in like the early 60s and 70s. And so like I feel like if you take that away, you're kind of like taking a little chunk out of like what the X-Men like are at their core. But at the same time,
I mean,
like I get it, like it's been done to death, and like I feel like you could do a more nuanced version of it. Like if you did it, make it so that they are accepted, but there's still like underlying like persecution that they face. Like have it be like they do have their own district, but it's because like nobody will like rent out to like a mutant because they're like, I don't want my house burning down because you can't control your powers. And then they're just like, but I don't even control fire. I don't care.
I feel like just going past the whole bit where it's like, oh yeah, like we have to make them an allegory for some kind of like prejudice thing or whatever. I feel like moving past that went up to a lot more stuff that they could be that they aren't be like that they can't currently be because they're stuck in this one kind of thing. Like there's more stories that you can do with these characters than just, oh, people don't like us.
True. Like I feel like you can still do it, but like there's more stuff in there. Like
I feel like you could.
There's
very
more to
easily
the
do
characters than
something
just
like,
simply being like we are being persecuted for who we are.
Yeah, I feel like you could do a whole lot by like having them like embrace being mutants and stuff, and like
Mutant
learning
pride.
what it means to really be, like mutant pride kind of stuff. Like learning what it means to be part of like the mutant society.
Yeah, like actually that would actually be like super great if like you did do kind of like almost like turn mutants into almost kind of like a LGBTQ representation kind of thing. Like I could definitely see that. Like
there's plenty of stuff that you could do with it. Yeah.
like have people like be like like they're all like super like comfortable with like mutants, but like there's also like certain stuff that they're just like super uncomfortable with like having mutants around. Like they're like, oh yeah, I love having the mutants here, they're super useful, but you know I'm not gonna let one watch my kids. That'd be un-American.
Let's see. Oh, Mina wants to hang out.
Do you remember an X-Men named Forget-Me-Not?
You told me about him, the guy who like his whole powers that people can't remember him.
Yes.
And he's apparently been on like every mission, but like people look away from him, so they like can't remember that he's ever been there.
Yes. I love that guy, and I love bringing it up because like it's so in function with like his whole character, because it's like he's only brought up in like one comic series, and like then nobody ever talks about him again, and it actually like works out really well because like I just found out that apparently like his whole storyline is that like his power is apparently so strong that like Professor Xavier has to devote like a chunk of like his mental facility to purposely implant a permanent daily reminder to remember that he exists. And like eventually when Charles Xavier like died, like he basically like lost his connection with the entire team, because if Xavier wasn't there to like basically be like, all right guys, Forget-Me-Not's here, you'll forget about him, but trust me, he's here, and then like he dies and everybody's just like, who the fuck is Forget-Me-Not? Huh? And he basically like has like a huge like crisis, because he's like, what's the point, because like I can't be an X-Men and I can't be like a normal person in society. I am nothing. And he like has like a whole deep like introspective like moment where he's like, should I just kill myself? Like I'm just a nothing. But then he like realizes like, you know what? No. Because the world still has you for nobody. And he just kind of like goes off and does like a whole bunch of like super secret like spy agent shit where he just like infiltrates facilities and like steals like high-tech like equipment and just hands them off to the X-Men. They're just like, when did we steal like super secret like Sentinel planes? Like I don't remember doing this. We got them, so you know, might as well use them. Sick.
Hello, Mavanico. How you doing today? We have a viewer. They just said hello to us.
Huh?
Yeah. So the whole Forget-Me-Not thing kind of reminds me of this web novel that I read for a while. Steven, I believe, finished it, but I read it and eventually dropped it because it was badly translated, and the grammar just really got to me. And it's called Everybody Else is a Returnee. And the whole premise of the story is that essentially all worlds out there have mana, and once they get to a certain point, the world essentially evolves. I'm doing good, Mavanico. Hope you're having a wonderful day. But the world essentially evolves, and during the time that it evolves, God has to take all of the people on that world and send them to other worlds that have already evolved to the next stage, so that they can learn to use the new powers and abilities that they're going to get once their world evolves. And while this is happening, these people spend like 100 years on this on other worlds learning new magical abilities and shit that they can then use when they come back. And during that 100 years, time on Earth is frozen while the Earth, like, essentially incubates. But what ends up happening is the main character is so goddamn forgettable that God forgets about him when he's taking everybody and putting them in other worlds.
Oh my god.
And so what ends up happening is that this dude wakes up one morning and goes to school and just nobody's there, so he just kind of hangs out for a bit and walks around trying to find people. And then eventually this woman shows up and she goes, hey, so just so you know, I'm an angel and God forgot about you and he sent me here to keep you company. You're gonna be here for like the next year by yourself. And he goes, oh, okay. I guess that works. I guess you'll just be like my friend for like the next year. And so the dude ends up traveling around, and he ends up, like, he just gets bored, because like he doesn't have anyone to talk to, he can't watch TV or anything, and like, he specifically like can't die. And so he just decides, you know what? I'm just gonna go learn. I'm just gonna go see the world and do things. So he like reads like every book in his local library, and he goes, oh, that was interesting. I want to find some new books. Because like he can't use the internet or anything. And he ends up traveling to like every major city in the world and reads the entire contents of their libraries. And eventually he's read every book. and decides, okay, you know what? I'm gonna start practicing some of the stuff that I read about in these books. So he starts like practicing blacksmithing, and starts practicing like martial arts and swordplay and stuff like that. And like he keeps kind of like looking at his angel friend. And he's like, so they're gonna come back soon, right? And she goes, yeah, they will. And meanwhile, it's actually been like 60 years or so at this point, and his angel friend just isn't telling him that, oh yeah, like a lot more time has gone by than you realize. I just don't want you to realize it's been almost 100 years and that you're still stuck here. And so he gets to the point where he's essentially mastered every possible skill out there before eventually everybody comes back. And because of, like, he didn't get to go anywhere or whatever, he doesn't have magic. But because he spent all this time training and, like, learning all these skills, he's, like, super, super uber powerful. And, like, he automatically unlocks, like, every skill or whatever that gets given to him the moment that he tries it, because he spent so much time practicing them. Like, he picks up a spear and, like, kills an animal, and his spear-using ability immediately gets maxed out because he's so practiced with the spear. And it gets to the point where, like, God and the angels start coming to him and be like, hey, so we need this thing made for this world. Can you make this for us? And so he, like, forges, like, divine artifacts for God and the angels because, like, he's just maxed out all of his stats after 100 years.
Badass.
And, like, it's super interesting, but it's just such a shame because it's badly translated, and I would love to see more of the story and see where it goes. I just have to be able to do it without the story being annoying to read.
Ugh. That's a shame. Yeah, you need to learn yourself a new language.
Yeah, I've been contemplating learning Japanese just so that I can stop dealing with this kind of shit. Like when I was reading Ero Fueta, like the light novels, it's super, super good. But eventually, they swapped translators, and the new translator decided that he doesn't care about grammar. He is just translating. And the stuff that he ends up translating is essentially pure gobbledygook with like no rhyme or reason to it. I remember taking a picture, like a screenshot of one of the pages, and it's like an entire page of stuff, and there's only one sentence that actually, like, you can tell what they're saying. And that's because it's a 2-word sentence where the guy is saying, stupid rabbit.
Oh.
It's very frustrating, because it's a super interesting story. It's very, very good. It's just the translator that they got just didn't care to put in the effort, and it suffered because of it. I've been reading the manga, though, and I hear that the manga has skipped a lot of the stuff from the light novel. I know for a fact they have, because some of the stuff that, like, I read in the light novel has been skipped or glossed over. Huh. How do I get the, I'm not sure how to get the dire elimination to pop up in this mission. Whatever. I'll come back to it. I think probably the next mission or the mission after that is where you can save Marlowe. Let's see. Also, I found out that the Kaiju Girl Karamelisse manga, apparently where I've been reading it is behind, because I bought the latest volume physically, and like it's got several chapters in it that like aren't on the website that I've been reading it from. So at some point here in the next week or so, I'm gonna go through and reread all 4 volumes. Because a story about an adorable teenage girl who turns into a kaiju whenever she gets flustered is just wholesome as hell.
You have told me about that one.
I fucking love it. It's such a dumb concept, but that's the reason it works.
You are a sucker for slice of life and giant monsters, so combining them is like a match made in heaven for you.
Exactly. Let's see.
Killing slimes. Killing slimes. Do, 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 do.
Have you watched the new anime? I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level.
No.
So it's only got 2 episodes because it's like brand new, and it's one of those things that's dumb but delightfully dumb. The whole premise is that this young woman dies in like her early 20s because she gets overworked. And because of that, she ends up meeting God, and God is like, so yeah, you died of overwork, and I'm just gonna be honest with you, I have a preference for women. So guess what? I'm gonna let you get pretty much whatever you want when you reincarnate. What do you want? And she goes, oh yeah, I want to be able to live forever, and I want to be able to live a nice, easy life. And like the goddess lady was just like, oh, really? That's all you want? She goes, yep, I'm good. And so she reincarnates her into the body of like a 17-year-old girl, gives her an unaging body so that she'll like live forever, and puts her in this like village where the only thing around are like level 1 slimes. And so she ends up spending 300 years living here. And every day she goes out and she kills like 25 slimes, and then she sells like their magic cores for money. And 300 years pass, and like one day she's in town and the guild is like, hey, so just out of curiosity, how strong are you now? And she goes, oh, I don't know, I only kill slimes, so probably not very strong. And the guild is like, oh, well, just use this magic thing and it can tell you how strong you are. And she checks it, and she's hit level 99. And she's got tons of, like, top-tier magic, and she's just like, I had no idea that was a thing. And apparently, like, one of the people nearby noticed it, and started telling everybody about how she was, like, she was max level, and that she was super powerful. And so people just start showing up on her fucking doorstep. Like, the next day, this group of adventurers shows up, and they're like, hey, we heard you were super powerful, and we want to fight you to test our mettle. And one of them uses like a tornado spell, and she goes, oh, that's how you use that tornado spell, I apparently know. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna be really, really gentle with it, though. And she uses it and holds back, and she ends up causing a massive twister that knocks them like a mile away. And she goes, oh, alrighty, that was the thing.
Oops.
Yeah. And then like the next day, she's hanging out, and she doesn't knock on a door, and she goes and opens it. She ends up opening the door, and there's a red dragon sitting on her doorstep, and the dragon's like, I'm the most powerful thing in this area. People have started saying you're the most powerful thing in this area. We need to fight so that we can determine who's actually the most powerful. And she goes, oh, well, like, I don't really care. I don't want to be the most powerful. I just kind of want to, like, live at home. So, like, you can just tell everybody you're the most powerful. And the dragon's like, nah, we have to settle this. And so she's like, all right, cool, just don't destroy my house. And so they end up fighting, and the dragon crushes her house, and she's like, oh, hang on, I'm sorry. Because the dragon loses. And the next day, the dragon comes back with, like, materials to, like, fix her house. And she's like, hey, look, I want you to, like, teach me. I want to learn to be more like you. And so she, like, takes this dragon on as an apprentice. And then, like, the next episode, the ghost of all the slimes that she's killed have coalesced into the bodies of these 2 young girls who refer to her as their mother. And apparently, from what I can gather, the whole premise of the show is going to be that she essentially just starts taking on misfits as, like, her new family members so that she can live a relaxed life and have them, like, do all her chores and shit.
I feel
And
like
it's
the goddess
pretty funny.
is looking out over, like, the girl who just is, like, beating dragons for fun, and just like, I've made a huge mistake.
It's pretty funny. I've pretty much enjoyed it. It's only got 2 episodes out right now, but I've liked it. Ugh. Yeah. Like, it's, I've definitely enjoyed it. The other things that I've heard are really good were, one's called, like, 86, which is apparently about like these two countries are like at war or whatever, and everybody believes that their war involves like no soldiers because they only fight with drones, but apparently the drones are actually manned drones and people are like inside them piloting them. And the story apparently follows this squad of soldiers that are like on the front lines and nobody like knows that they exist. Because as far as everybody else knows, they're unmanned drones. It looks pretty interesting. I've considered watching it, I just haven't yet.
I don't know why, but for some reason, like, that premise sounds more like it could be made into like a comedy here in the US. Like, even more so, like, I could definitely see it like being made into like almost like a stoner comedy. Like, imagine like a group of like super amazing like drone pilots, and like all they do all day is just like hang out in their little like hatch, smoking weed, and just like killing time while they're waiting to get deployed. But then like they accidentally like get a little bit too messed up, and they lose one of their high advanced like drones, and so they have to go manually on foot into like the middle of Afghanistan and find their drone. Be like, dude, where's my car? But in the military.
I don't know. I haven't actually watched the show yet. I'm considering it because I've heard good things, and it's consistently been one of like the 2 highest ranked anime on r/anime's polls. So I'll probably check it out eventually. I just haven't bothered yet. I think next week I'll probably watch it once it gets to like episode 3. Oh, hey Clem, how's it going, buddy?
他の仲間の援護をお願い。
救援要請か。先輩方はほとんどやられちまったのか。
Is that Marlo? I think it is Marlo.
Were you talking about like actual Clem or like Clem in the game?
Actual Clem. My buddy. Yeah, he likes to hop into my Twitch chat every now and then.
No.
巨人を侵入させちゃまずい。誰か援護を頼む。ありがとう。オンに切るよ。よかったらこれを使ってくれ。こんなもんか。他のみんなはどうなったかな。今は仲間を信じるんだ。ベルトルト。
How long has Clem been here? Because I feel like he kind of like Beetlejuiced his way onto your Twitch stream the second we started talking about anime.
Just for a minute or so. He just meant like he posted the word bitch into chat like a minute or so ago. So
Oh my god.
He does that.
Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you talk about 3 separate animes, Clem will come onto your chat, call you a bitch, and then leave.
Yeah, in response to your question, he's like, I've been here since you said, since I said bitch.
Oh, God. Oh God, what? Do you remember that one that one meme from a while back that was like the haunted Astolfo plushie that
yes,
your dick
yes.
and calls you a bitch?
There's 2. One is the haunted Astolfo plushie that sucks your dick and calls you gay, and one is the one where it's the haunted Astolfo plushie that like calls you a bitch. I think there's another one that's the haunted Astolfo plushie that reaffirms your masculinity.
Collect the whole set.
Yeah, exactly. Get all the haunted Astolfo plushies. My favorite one is the fucking onto the stall for plushie that sucks your dick and calls you gay.
Oh god, I love creatively weird memes like that. Oh,
Just Astolfo in general is such a weird character. Have you ever watched Veda Apocrypha?
I have not. I just know about Astolfo.
One of my favorite bits is because he's like a lot of people genuinely believe that like Astolfo is like a woman, especially like Jean of Arc. And there's a point where Astolfo is like walking through the manor that they're staying in, and he's like completely naked, and Jean is like, Astolfo, you should be wearing a clothes. A young lady never, and then like looks at him and sees him like completely naked for the first time, and she just has like this mortified scream, and it's pretty funny.
Oh man. What on earth, like, who is Astolfo, like, in actuality? Somebody actually
based
like,
on one of
famous
the
person?
12. Yeah, Astolfo is based on one of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that their actual name is legitimately Astolfo, but I don't know for certain. All I know is that they're based off of one of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne.
Does that mean that the other 12 paladins of Charlemagne are also traps?
I doubt it. I'm sure they're still servants, but I doubt that they're traps.
I would love it if they actually, like,
It's
showed
always
them.
possible that Charlemagne just like had a thing though, so.
I would love it if they brought in, like, the other 11, and they're all, like, varying, like, fetish women. Like, one's, like, a big, beefy, muscular woman. The other one's, like, a lolly. The other one's, like, a caring, maternal, like, mother type. Another one's, like, a bitchy tomboy. Just cover the whole
like,
wide range of waifus.
Fate is one of those series that I like in small installments. Like, there are parts of Fate that I absolutely love, and then there are parts of Fate where I'm just like, this is boring, I'm done here. Like, I love the idea of Apocrypha. There's a lot of really cool fucking servants. Fucking Charon, Achilles, fucking Frankenstein's monster. Like, there's so many awesome servants in that show, but like, the protagonist is fucking cardboard.
It always astounds me that, like, the whole big, like, thing about, like, Fate is, like, ancient warriors, like, coming back from the dead and, like, serving in, like, an eternal battle. But then they just have, like, straight-up fictional characters like Frankenstein's monster. And they're just like, yeah, you don't remember history's greatest necromantic experiment?
I mean, Sherlock Holmes is a fucking servant. Same with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
It's just, it's really weird. And
There's literally a servant called Nursery Rhyme, who's just a collection of, like, nursery rhymes that we tell children.
Really? Then
Yeah.
why not? Why didn't they
She's
call her
literally
Mother
like a
Goose?
living storybook. I don't know.
Oh, that was a missed opportunity.
Yes, Ryan, I finished the game last night. I'm replaying some of the missions because now I have the ability to SS clear them for like extra rewards. So like I'm redoing the Battle of Trost. I can also save the people who have died, so I went back and saved Thomas and Mina. I'm
And when you
currently trying to
SS
find
clear,
the
you get
mission.
a bitchin' Gestapo jacket.
Yeah, the cutscenes have been fixed. Yeah, but I'm trying to find the mission where I can save Marlowe so that I can get him. Why am I not getting? Oh, why am I not getting this? I should be getting the shit. I don't know. Titan didn't break those, did they? Because that'd be very unfortunate. Actually, I think I may have set up the wrong thing. I think I may have been an idiot. Which one is this? This is the one that I needed, the garrison base. Alright, whatever. I just built the wrong one. That's fine. I don't care too much. Oh, yeah, so the other, like, last night I was streaming, right? And, Ryan here was in the chat with me. And I got to this cutscene, and all of a sudden the cutscene started bugging out, where whenever it focused on Eren and Ymir, things were fine. But whenever it focused on Reiner and Berthold, it would glitch out, and their models didn't load in. And whenever it shifted their POV, it would either just stare at the tree they're supposed to be standing on, or the camera would be stuck like 200 feet underground, staring up to the bottom of the map. And when that cutscene ended, and then like I went on to the next cutscene from that mission, things got even weirder, because whenever it would load into a cutscene, it wouldn't load the cutscene. It would just load a big, massive, like, RGB static.
Ugh.
And then it would play the subtitles for the cutscene over the RGB static.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, and like I tried to like read the subtitles for a bit because we'd finally gotten to the portion of the story that I didn't remember well, and I couldn't remember what all was like supposed to happen. But Ryan was like, I feel like this could give somebody a seizure, and I was like, you know, that thought did occur to me. I'm just gonna skip these now. Oh yeah, at one point during the cutscene, the picture went back to Eren and Ymir, and the tree that they were standing on didn't load in for that part of the cutscene, and so they were just floating in midair. It was really fucked up.
Titan powers grant you the power of flight.
It was kind of fucking hilarious. It was very frustrating though, because like I said, I didn't remember what happened. So like, I went back and I read the recap of it, and apparently Erwin lost his arm, and somebody supposedly died? It didn't say who though. And I wasn't sure if Ymir had died or not, because I couldn't remember if she died in that part or anything. But then Ymir showed up in the next mission, and I was like, alright, good, she's okay.
Cool, you're not dead.
This character is alive, we're good.
Yeah.
She's alive to die off screen in like season 4.
Yeah. You live to die another day.
俺たちは本部に突入するつもりだ。お前も手伝ってくれ。了解だ。ならこれはお前に渡しておくぜ。ありがとうよ。これがあれば本部に群がってる連中を倒せるんじゃねえか。次だ。
Sasha, you good? Oh, Annie's over here. Also, I think I figured out why, when I summoned Berthold as the Colossal Titan, why he disappeared immediately. And I believe it's because his Titan ability is just like a one-hit attack that causes a massive shockwave for massive damage. And then he immediately reverts back to human form. But if I summon Eren and Reiner, I get to actually play as their Titans, which is pretty sweet. Awesome. Garrison base.
分かった。手を貸そう。これはお前が使ってくれ。
ありがとう。これがあれば本部周辺の巨人を倒せるかも。
よっと。いい身のこなしですね。狩人にもなれるんじゃないですか。
Oh, Marlo appeared on the map.
やったみたいだな。僕も戦うぞ。
Alright, yeah, Marco. There we go. So, he's not dead yet. That's good.
After 17 years underground, billions of cicadas, known as Brood X, are expected to emerge in the eastern U.S. I don't like that we've given them a name.
I just am not a fan of cicadas in general, personally.
I enjoy them. I enjoy the noisy little bastards.
Why?
I don't know. They just when our world is just a little bit too freaky, and we're just subjected to like being on like an alien planet for like a week.
Ryan just posted the word buzz in fucking the chat. There's a...
You're not a fan of the
What the fuck
cicadas?
was... Not really. Like, they've always kind of creeped me out. I do remember that... So, apparently, you ever hear that Disney Channel original movie? It's like a Johnny Capahala Back on Board or whatever.
Oh my god, yes.
About the dude who goes, like, mountain boarding. I remember watching, like, the director's cut of that on, Disney Channel at one point, and apparently they shot that movie, like, during cicada season, and they had to, like, just stop filming for points of time throughout the day because the cicadas would wake up and they'd be so loud that they weren't able to actually, like, capture any of their audio.
I love that. Just like, just imagine waking up and just being like, alright, time to film a Disney Channel original movie. And then just opening up the blinds and it's just like... And you're just like, well, fuck me for today, I guess.
I guess we're not filming this.
How am I supposed to get the story of Johnny Tsunami? The world must know! Damn you, cicadas!
I don't remember anything about that movie. I don't even remember what my opinion about that movie was. All I remember is the cicada thing.
Which is hilarious.
Titan's ass. Oh, fuck. I hate whenever the Titans get into the walls like this. Because they always... Bro, are you okay? What are you doing, Titan? What are you doing?
What happened?
He's like curled himself up in a ball and is like stuck on the wall.
No, Titan. They're already Titan on the walls.
You're fine. There. I chopped his arm off, he fell off the wall, and now he's fine. So this looks like it's also not the mission where you save Marco. Maybe the next mission? It's probably the mission where Eren has to, like, seal up the wall or something. Oh, hello, Tiny Titan. What are you doing? I'm just gonna... Up, can you... Up. Like 3 buildings just collapsed on me one after another.
Oh my god.
Let's see. Attack on base.
Attack on base. I thought this was Attack on Titan.
Oh, dumb. Now go and think about what you did.
I have brought shame to my family.
There's so many goddamn cadets, I can't see the thing. There's so many of you! And you're like flies! Okay, you're all grounded now, we're good. We're good. Why can't I just run along the walls like that? Skip! Let's see. Oh, I took too long? That's a shame. I got the dire elimination, but I didn't actually, like, finish the thing. I think it was because I fucked up that one aspect of it. Because I was putting down the wrong buildings. So how's Stardew Valley going, Zach?
It's going good.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm in a cavernous hellscape of being chased by slimes trying to find jelly for a wizard.
I thought this was supposed to be a relaxing game.
It is, but this game is a very, very odd way of, like, just saying fuck you and throwing you into mind-altering experiences. Like, I mean, for fuck's sake, if you get married and have kids, you can go to a witch and then turn your kids into doves and then brainwash your wife into, like, not remembering who you are so you can get a divorce.
What?
Yeah, this game is, like, really weird in, like, an innocent kind of way. Because it's, like, it's just kind of, like, basically just being, like, how do we give players, like, a fresh start? Like, they want to, like, just, like, start up a new romance with somebody, but they don't want, like, the harsh experience that comes with it. Oh, I know! Brainwashing!
That's... I've never played Stardew Valley, and, that's fucking weird, bro.
It's a very weird game that, like, doesn't start to get weird until you're, like, a good chunk of the way in. Because, like, when you start the game, it's just, like, a very simple, like, farming sim, where it's just, like, plant some parsnips, get, like, your level high enough, and then you can buy a chicken coop. And then you're just like, haha, this is fun. And it's like, oh, better go say hey to the villagers. And then you go and say hey, and everybody's got their own, like, quirky little personalities. And it's like, haha, this is fun. But then, like, you start actually learning about people. And, like, you learn that the curmudgeoning grandpa was, like, injured in a mining accident, and that's why he's in a wheelchair. And, like, his grandson's parents died in a horrible accident, and that's why he stays with them. And he's just like, I just want to play football with my grandson, but my damn legs just won't let me. And you're just like, I just wanted to bring you a hot pepper, George. Like, this is a bit heavy for me.
Hey, Daisy girl, how you doing?
Like, this game is amazing, like, when it just, like, fucking slaps you in the face of just being like, oh, you think this fun hippie girl is really cute and fun? Oh, you get to help her with, like, her art. Oh, no, she has an abusive ex-boyfriend who has been gaslighting her, and now he's here to take her back home. What do you do?
Oh, hi, Sam. My buddy Sam just chopped into the chat for the very first time, and he's like, hey, loser who fucking hates cicadas, question mark.
Yes, he does. He does hate cicadas. He's a little bitch about it, too.
So, I only remember cicadas from, like, one point in my, like, my childhood. And, like, I remember just thinking they were super gross, and they just kind of freaked me out. Because, like, they would, like, shed their skin and then just, like, leave their fucking, like, shells laying around. And it just really weirded me out as a kid.
I mean, you know what? I can somewhat get behind that because I had that kind of experience, but with a moth. Only mine was, I was outside at night and a moth flew into my fucking eye.
Hey, Daisy. Don't step on my phone, please. You're good.
And ever since that day, I've hated moths with passion.
So, I'm up to 3 viewers, and, like, at least 2 of them are my friends. And Ryan just, like, apparently a good way to boost stream numbers is to just hate on animals. So, I guess from here on out, I just have to go on, like, some kind of rant about fucking some weird-ass animal, like, every stream, and I'll magically boost my numbers.
You know what animal's fucking useless? Koalas.
I mean, they've literally evolved to just eat this one thing that nature has decided they really shouldn't eat. Like, eucalyptus has, like, no nutritional value.
And it's such poison that it basically, like, has eroded their teeth and melted their brains, and it's, like, the only thing they can functionally eat without, like, going insane. Like, and then not to mention the fact that they all are just chlamydia-ridden monsters.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Sam. Have a good day. He's stepping out to go run some errands.
Apparently the koala talk was a bit too much.
You know what, like, koalas and pandas, like, they're both animals that I'm just like, these species don't seem to want to survive. Like,
Yes.
How are they still functioning?
Like, the only reason they are alive is because humans find them, like, redeemably cute. And we're just like, oh,
like,
look at them. And, like,
I don't even
meanwhile,
know if
they're
we
just
actively do
quarreling
anything for
over their
koalas.
babies. Like,
Like,
fucking pandas, man. They just so fucking...
Sam just posted all caps that, the pandas started having sex after the zoos closed down. So, like, I don't know where that's supposed to go, like...
I guess...
Oh, he's saying that apparently not being watched for 24 hours a day makes you want to fuck.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah, I don't know if pandas have enough sense of, modesty, I guess, really, to care about that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I mean, like, maybe they're just secretly smart in, like, other ways.
They're actually just so damn modest that they can't imagine doing it with people watching.
Janus, hush thy loins. We cannot procreate. The humans, they gaze.
They watch us. I don't know why. There's like no titans in the area. Oh, there's one. But like, Aaron just like blew through the district that I was in and just took out like an entire row of buildings.
Oh. Why does Aaron just hate people?
I mean, he's Berserk Titan right now. Ryan says that he thinks that the pandas don't fuck in captivity because they're too stressed.
I mean, that's the logical reason.
Yeah, fair. A lot of animals don't particularly enjoy captivity. That's why, like, most orcas in captivity are, like, clinically insane.
I always think that, like, it all just depends on, like, the enclosure. Like, if you just give them, like, because, like, all orca exhibits are just, like, a tank. And, like, yeah, that would suck if you were just in a tank. But if they made, like, a super awesome, like, in-depth, like, orca, like, enclosure that, like, had, like, rocks and, like, plants and, like, some other fish in there, too, and, like, you made it, like, this, like, giant mile-long type of thing, I think, like, orcas could probably dig it.
So they actually did an experiment like that with great whites. The first ever great white that survived more than, like, 2 weeks, they built, like, a special open enclosure for it to get it used to living in some kind of captivity before they ended up bringing it to the actual aquarium. But it was like an absurdly difficult, long, like they had to spend like 6 months acclimating the thing before they could actually like move it. And then they had to make a bunch of really specialized equipment that was really expensive. And even then, the shark only lasted like 6 months in captivity. So like there is some measure to that argument. I just don't think that some animals can survive in captivity. Like no matter what kind of things that you do, like there's just, unless you wanted to like build like an underwater hotel in like a roped off section of like the ocean or whatever, so that like you essentially just put like a glass enclosure for people in a natural environment. I don't think that you could really get something like that going.
That would be pretty sick. However, I would literally never go there.
I really love the idea of an underwater like hotel and stuff like that, but at the same time, the ocean scares me.
Yes, agreed.
So it'd be super, super cool, but it would scare me. It would scare me to death.
I would just like look out at like the big blue empty and just be like, what the fuck is out there?
I would be convinced that like a shark was gonna fucking like jaw 3 me.
Yeah. Did you ever see The Meg?
No, I heard about it though.
There's a scene because like the movie takes place on like a ocean like exploratory facility where like they are trying to like go down to like the lowest possible like depths in the ocean.
Aaron just fucked me up. God damn it, Aaron.
And there's a scene where like they're just like down in the open ocean, and the girl, like a little girl, is like looking out at like the big open ocean, and like a giant fucking shark just comes out of nowhere, and it just kind of like is there, and then it just immediately like bites the glass wall that she's looking at, and it's like I'm just imagining like shit like that happening. And, like, who's gonna fucking believe you? Because it's like, if that thing is there, and it kills you, who the fuck could tell? They would just be like, you know, just structural integrity. It's a shame.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm not sure. I feel like you would need such a massive fucking enclosure for most of these sea animals that it's really just not worth it. Like, you wouldn't be able to, like, see them very well or anything. Like, at best, I think that you just need to essentially keep them in some kind of open sea enclosure and just, like, run tunnels along the bottom of the ocean or something. And even then, I don't think that it would be super sustainable.
We need more,
I mean, sure. I mean, yeah, Sam, you can tell me that the sharks don't attack people all you want, but the lizard brain inside of me that feels pure fear at the thought of sharks, it doesn't care. I know that they're nice to people for the most part, or at least indifferent to them. And skip.
I don't know why, but your whole like lizard brain thing made me think of Destroyer Man. I've ever told you about that?
I have no idea what that is. No, is that another one of your weird ass movies?
No, it's a book series actually. I need to read more of it, but it's really fascinating. It's basically about like a U.S. destroyer in like World War II that's being hunted by like a famous like Japanese like destroyer that they both like supposedly like went missing in like the Eastern Polynesian Ocean in like World War II. And like the plot of the book series is that they got caught up in like a temporal storm and they got flung to an alternate Earth where human society like grew up differently in that we never evolved past monkeys. And so like basically there's an entire race of lemur people, and they basically live their lives on these giant ass like wooden sailboats that are like literally floating islands, and they're being hunted by like Age of Sail conquistador lizard reptile men.
This sounds fucking weird.
Oh, it's super fucking weird. And it's basically like the lemur people are like super peaceful because they don't know how to like wage war. And then the fucking humans come and they're just like in a fucking like World War II destroyer. And they just fucking destroy the lizards. And the lemurs are just like, you will show us how to destroy. And the dudes are just like, alright, I guess we're doing this now. Because they're all just like, look, we aren't on Earth anymore, or we're not on our Earth anymore, so you know what? Fuck it. Like, we gotta make use with what we got. We're gonna team up with these lemur people, we're gonna try and make a life here, so everybody get comfortable.
I guess the dire subjugation target just isn't gonna show up. Whatever. I don't know what the thing I need to do is for that, but... Give me your leg. Give me your fucking leg.
It's also really weird because the Japanese, they end up like getting taken in by the lizard people, and they basically have a very similar like honor system and like feudal like warrior culture, and so they instantly jive, and like the Japanese are just like, we will help you kill all the lemur people, and the lizard people are just like, sick.
Oh, hey, Sam followed me. Thank you, Sam. I don't know if you're still here. You may have gone to do your errands now. You stuck around longer than I expected after saying that you were going to go do that. I think the Aquarian conversation got him.
The ocean is a fascinating subject that brings in many wayward minds.
Have you watched the documentary Blackfish on Netflix?
No, but I like. I am.
It's
I don't want to be sad.
Fascinating. Yes, it's absolutely fascinating, but it's super fucking sad. Apparently, a large part of the reason that there's a lot of really like mentally fucked up killer whales in the world is that like a good like half of all the whales at SeaWorld were bred from this one whale because it was the largest killer whale in captivity, but it was a man killer. Like it had killed like 3 people before it ended up in SeaWorld.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Or I remember
and so
reading something separate about that.
Yeah, and like because it was so massive, it was worth a fuck ton of money, and like its sperm was also worth a fuck ton of money, because it bred big whales.
Yeah.
And so people just kept breeding this whale because they were like, oh yeah, the big whales, they make us the good money. But like, there's also a lot of debate that mental illness and stuff like is genetic. And so you're not supposed to breed animals that have like attacked people, because like the thought process is that if they're willing to attack people, their descendants will also be willing to attack people. And this one is like clinically insane, like a sociopathic serial killer. And they just keep popping out fucking whales from it. And now it's got grandchildren that are also like sociopathic people killers.
That's the plot of like a horror movie. Like absolutely.
Like it's seriously like check out Blackfish. It's absolutely fascinating. It is super fucking depressing, but like it's like they go into great detail about like 4 or 5 different times that whales have killed people in captivity. There was this one dude who was like a diver, and he was like doing a performance with the whale, and all of a sudden the whale started coming up and like grabbing his leg and pulling him to the bottom of this pool, and the pool is deep enough that if you go directly to the bottom and directly back to the top, you'll get like the bends because the pressure is so deep down there.
Oh.
And it would keep pulling him to the bottom and then pulling him back to the top and then letting him go for a minute, and then he would like need to sit there and like catch his breath. And you can see him kind of like taking the light shallow breath that you're supposed to whenever you end up in that kind of situation, but it just keeps yanking him to the bottom and then yanking him back to the top for like a full like 10 minutes.
Jeez.
Like, and like they've got like recordings of it too, and like it's rough to watch.
Oh god. Like I don't trust anything in the ocean. I don't trust the animals. I don't trust the ocean itself. Like, oh, it's just there are things in that ocean that are just too smart for their own good.
There was I saw this video the other day of this guy who was like on a surfboard with some friends of his off like the coast of Japan, I think it was. And this huge squid had come up and like wrapped itself around his board and kept trying to like grab his leg and like yank him off the board. And so he just kind of kept like moving around the thing and just kind of gently prying it off.
God, that's...
And it was, yeah, it was very uncomfortable.
The only reason that like I am slightly okay with like cephalopods, like octopuses and squids, is because I know they live deep down below, and I know that they won't come up and mess with me. But the fact that that would just happen, and it would just immediately turn your tiny little surfboard into 20,000 leagues under the fucking sea, is the most horrifying thing I could possibly think of.
Let's see.
I also don't like the fact that they are just incredibly intelligent.
So yeah, Ryan, the documentary explicitly kind of talks about how, like, he was worried about it, and I think he had to go to the hospital afterwards. But, like, he was, like, a trained diver, and he knew, like, the damage and risk of it, and, like, the thing kept him underwater and, like, tried to drown him almost. So, it was, it sounded like it was a pretty big risk of that happening. Either way, it was definitely not fun to watch.
Ugh.
Also, SeaWorld has gone to court multiple times because people keep telling them, hey, your fucking whales are gonna kill people. And
then
they're
they
just like,
do,
oh
and
no,
then they're just like, what?
it's our employees' fault. They're doing stuff they aren't supposed to do. There's one where there's one thing that they showed of this guy who's like riding the whale, and they had this thing where one of the whales was supposed to jump over the other whale, but the whale decided that it wasn't going to jump over it, it was going to belly flop onto the other whale, and it crushed the guy and like damaged his spine, and he needed to have like surgery, and like to this day he's still not like back to 100% because, you know, you damage your spine and it's going to cause you problems.
I'll never forgive that damn whale.
It's like, pretty much everybody in the documentary who'd ever worked with whales was just like, yeah, I would never work with a whale again. They're horrifying creatures.
Whales can go fuck themselves.
Fuck the whale. Hi, Daisy girl.
Every day I keep thinking, did we do something bad? And then I think about what that whale did to me, and I'm like, we didn't do enough. Like, I wonder if, like, there are any, like, former, like, whale people who, like, worked with whales and got horribly, horribly hurt by a whale. And I wonder if, like, they were just, like, super chill, and they were just like, you know what? Like, we shouldn't have, like, had the whale in captivity.
Yeah, I deserve this. This is my fault.
Like, you know, like, Siegfried and Roy, like, when Roy got attacked by the tiger, like, when he was, like, being, like, carted away in, like, an ambulance, he was, like, screaming, like, don't hurt the tiger, it didn't know what it was doing, don't hurt it. And, like, I give super, super mad respect to those two for, like, actually caring about it and being like, you know what, it was our fault. Like, these are dangerous animals and we were fucking around.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories like that of people who, like, acknowledge that they were the ones, like, they shouldn't have been playing with the animal in the first place, essentially.
I give mad props to those people. Not fucking Tiger King.
No, he's a fucking idiot. Did you hear the thing that, like, up until the point that Trump left office, he had, like, a limo sitting outside of the prison he was in around the clock in the hopes that Trump would give him a pardon?
Jesus, why does that man still have access to limo money?
I don't know, it's weird. I didn't even watch that documentary, and the guy's fucking crazy.
That documentary is actually really fucking entertaining. Tiger King. It was also legit because some of that stuff is like, I kind of knew. Like, it's kind of, I was always like aware that like the big cat trade was like, you know, a big no-no, but like I truly did not know that it was like as big a thing as it was. Like when they were just like, there are approximately like 5 million big cats in America alone. And I'm just like, Jesus, where are they coming from?
Yeah, my uncle's neighbor owns some. Anytime I went with my grandparents to visit my uncle, there was a guy just down the street from him who had like a tiger enclosure and just had like 4 tigers.
That blows my damn mind. Like, why? Why would you just casually have a tiger?
I don't know.
Why would you
really
casually have a tiger and not be a drug lord?
I don't know. I would not be surprised whatsoever if you told me that the Tiger King was also a fucking drug lord.
He was. He sold meth.
Was he?
Yeah.
All right.
That was how he got his 2 husbands. He lured them in with meth and coke.
didn't he make like some kind of speech at like his dead husband's funeral?
Yes.
About how he had like golden balls or something like that?
Yeah, he basically like said something on the lines of like, "I'll never forget his smooth golden balls," and then he proceeded to sing his own country song.
Hey Daisy, go. What are you doing? What are you doing? She's just like sitting at the. Oh, there you go. You gonna lay down? All right, there you go. She was just sitting on the foot of my my couch here, like the the leg part that I had kicked up, and she was just sitting there like she was about to pounce on something, just staring off into the distance. And I guess she worked it out of her system, and because she just laid down and relaxed.
Ugh.
Oh, move. That was one thing that I was joking about when I first started streaming, Ryan, was that one of these days I'm gonna have like if it ever takes off, one day I'll eventually have like a Twitter or whatever for this for the whole stream thing, and I'm just gonna like post a question and be like, who's your favorite person on Jaden's Twitch channel? And one of the options is gonna be Daisy, just because I know she'll win.
Has Daisy ever been like real vocal whenever you do a Twitch stream?
She likes to come up and chirp at me and just like sit next to me and do it.
I
And
know
so
that
I've
whenever
had
we
several,
talk, she gets a little vocal, and so I'm just curious
Yep.
if she's ever done that on live.
Yeah, I've had a handful of streams where she comes up and she'll start talking to me. She's a good girl.
My cat's talking to me.
I wouldn't be able to get her to sit in one place for long enough. Ryan's suggesting that I set up a Daisy cam. I would totally do it if it was not for the fact that like I wouldn't be able to to get her to stay in front of the camera. Come on, come on, come on. So how are Leo and Luna?
Leo and Luna, they're doing good. You remember how you've always commented that Leo never purrs? Well,
Yeah.
last night I finally heard him purr, like for the one of the first times.
I don't believe you.
Like, I've always like I've been able to feel him purr. Like if he's like just in like a very like zen state, I can feel it deep in him, like a revving chainsaw. It's like the like, but he doesn't like make the audible sound. But I'm just like, I know he feels it deep down. But last night he was there's a big ass like fuzzy pillow in my room, and he was just like getting super into that pillow and just kneading into it, and like he was purring up so loud, it was like I guarantee if I left the room I could probably hear it from outside the hallway. It was that loud.
I wonder what was going on with him.
Like, I don't know, it wasn't like he wasn't like pulling like a dog and like humping the fucking pillow, but he was just eating it, and he was just like, fuck yeah, and he was just into it.
It's just so weird. Your cats never purr. And Luna is also one of those cats where she really likes like people and attention, but at the same time she's terrified of everybody.
Yeah, like she will absolutely be in the presence of like other people, but the second you try and touch her, she's just like, no. But then Leo, you just flop him around, and he's just like, all right, this is my life.
Yeah, Daisy likes to just be near me, Like, she's not huge on contact. She likes to be held and pet every now and then, but on her terms. But she very much likes to just chill in the room with me and just know that I'm there. Like right now, she's sitting in the bathroom door just staring at me. You weirdo. This has to be the mission with Marco, right? That or the next one, maybe. I got a dead man that I need to save, damn it.
I got a dead man! He ain't dying on my watch!
Didn't he get, like, cut in half in the show? Oh, God, Daisy. What are you doing? Yeah?
I thought he, like, got crushed or something, and, like, they didn't find him until, like, days later, and he was, like, all emaciated, like a skeleton.
Maybe. Daisy just came up behind me and just reached around the couch and grabbed my arm with her claws. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Oh god.
This building just collapsed on me multiple times again. Oh, don't grab me! Why do you do this? I don't mind if you hang out, but just don't stare at me like that.
Oh god, it's getting late.
Yes, dear.
Yeah.
Yes, dear. Don't scratch up the couch. Don't do that. Yeah? Are you able to hear her?
I can.
What are you doing, girlie? Yeah? Hello? Hello? How you doing? What's up? What are you doing? You walking away? Alright.
She's done with you.
Over there.
You bore her.
Yeah, she just walked across the room and is sitting in front of my sitting in front of my couch now. Or not my couch, but my recliner.
Oh.
Oh god.
There's like so in Stardew, there's this fun little feature where like if you become like good enough friends with certain villagers, they'll like occasionally send you stuff. And like the stuff is like usually tied to like who they are. So like the carpenter will send you like some wood, and the scientist will send you like specimens, and like it's always like real fun and neat. But there's a dude in the second year of the game. He comes back and he's like a war veteran, and like he just comes back and he's like all like kind of like shell shocked. And when like you do his like relationship stuff, he's basically just like, I've seen things, man. And you're just like, cool. But if you become good enough friends with him, he'll like eventually just start sending you stuff, and some of the stuff he sends you are a little bit alarming. Because like one time, I remember, because it's like real famous with the Stardew community, because he's just like, hey, I was digging through my shed and I found this, I thought you might want it instead of it collecting dust. And it's just a fucking bomb.
What?
It's like a big fucking cartoony ass like red and fused bomb. And it's just like, the fuck was this doing in your shed, Kent? You have a wife and 2 children. Why did you have an active bomb with them?
That doesn't seem like responsible bomb ownership.
I mean, to be fair, he has been away, and presumably he was a POW, so I give him slight credit. The man has stuff on his plate. There's actually a really fucked up scene where, like, if you become good enough friends with, like, the whole family, they'll invite you for dinner. And when you go there, the wife, she'll basically just be like, oh, we'll make some popcorn, watch a movie. And she goes and she starts popping popcorn. And then he just, like, comes into the room and he starts screaming, like, what's going on? Everybody get down. And she's just like, I'm just popping popcorn. And he's just like, well, don't. And he starts getting, like, kind of, like, almost like a really like aggressive with her. He's like, well, don't do that. I didn't tell you to make damn popcorn. And you're just like, Jesus, dude. And she's like, but it's your favorite. And he's like, well, it ain't anymore. And he just goes into the other room and sits down on the couch. And it's like, the scene ends and you're just like, holy fuck. Like, it feels like that moment in Breaking Bad where Walt is arguing with his wife and Jesse's just like swigging down water. Like, I'm just imagining my farmer just like in the corner just being like, great party, Caroline.
I love to be here. You guys are wonderful. You're a lovely family.
Hey, where's Sam? Let me go say hey to Sam. Oh, God.
Aaron's probably fine over there, right? He's got like 3/4 of his health. He's okay.
He's fine. He's fine. Aaron's just like missing an arm and a leg, screaming. He's fine.
He's okay. He's good. He's good. He's fine. He's a Titan. It'll grow back.
He's a Titan. It just turns into a Titan. See, there we go. That problem fixed itself. It starts destroying the town. Oh, okay, new problem.
Oh, never mind.
You know what? I'm beginning to think the emotionally unstable shapeshifter might not be good to have in an occupied city.
Yeah. I mean, I told you about the bit earlier with when he and Annie start wrecking the town, and I was just like, oh, I guess collateral damage is fair game now.
You know what?
Oh,
I'm
God.
surprised never caught on in the Attack on Titan world? Underground societies.
That is a thing at some point.
It
like
is?
Levi's from like a criminal syndicate. That's what he did before he joined the Scouts.
Oh, well, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, it gets brought up at some point. I don't remember when or why. I think it was around the arc around Krista. I don't remember specifically. It's been a hot minute.
The idea of short-ass Levy in the crime syndicate.
I know. It's pretty good.
I'm just imagining like tiny Levy with even tinier Levy with a knife and just Saitama just being like, what's with this sassy lost child? Oh God, he stabbed me! What the fuck?
Is One Punch Man Season 2 still exclusive to Hulu? Did they ever move that over to other things?
I honestly have no idea.
Because, like, I don't have access to Hulu anymore, and I only got, like, halfway through Season 2. I didn't particularly enjoy it. It wasn't as good as the first one, but I still want to see what happens.
I know. Yeah, I don't know. I need to double check, but it might be on Netflix now. Because I'm pretty sure that when I was just randomly zooming through some stuff, I think I saw One Punch Man that had 2 seasons.
Alright. I might check that out at some point.
Yay.
Mikasa, just kill this guy. We don't have time to deal with him. We have to go save the unconscious Titan Aaron. Awesome. There's that. Come on. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
So I remember, I don't know much about the Sonic Boom cartoon, but I remember this one joke that I saw online that was about, Sonic is like, I got a speeding ticket. I'd fight it in court, but I don't think that they'll take gotta go fast as a reason.
The Sonic Boom series, like, has some, like, really good zingers. Like, I always think back to, like, the bit Like, I don't remember, like, how exactly it goes, but I always remember, like, the idea of it. Of, like, Amy says something on the lines of, like, oh man, this is really getting uncomfortable. And then Sonic is just, like, on the couch and he's just like, oh, you mean like those pictures of me on the internet? Isn't it fascinating how much of a phenomenon Sonic became?
It is! Like, 90% of his games aren't even good.
Like I get if the fact that like people would be like they would like enjoy the games and so they just enjoy how it is, but it's like the sexual community around it. Like it just became like the furry icon.
Like, the only Sonic content that I personally have really enjoyed was I enjoyed the Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut game for the GameCube. It's like my favorite Sonic game. It's like the only one that I've ever played that I've genuinely enjoyed. Highly doubt that it would hold up today. I will say that. It was good at the time. I doubt I would enjoy it as an adult. But it was that and the Sonic X cartoon. Those are like the only two Sonic things that I've ever watched that I was like, I like this. This is from me.
Like, the only Sonic thing I remember ever actively liking and playing was Sonic Heroes. And then I learned that apparently Sonic Heroes wasn't like that good of a game.
Yeah, I was watching Game Grumps play it for a good while, and their playthrough is it's both really fun and also really hard to watch, because like half of the playthrough is Aaron having a mental breakdown over how terrible the game's mechanics are.
Like,
at one point he straight up was like, why do people watch this fucking show? Like, don't watch, leave, unsubscribe. In pretty much that exact tone of voice too.
Oh god.
Like, just this panicked, why in the world do people like support this?
Oh my god. I still think back to that. Was it the Sonic Heroes one? No, it wasn't Sonic Heroes. I can't remember which Sonic game it was, but it's the one where like Aaron's just playing, and then like he just kind of like zones out for a minute, and then he just starts singing like "Moving around at the speed of sound, got no place to go," and like he starts singing the whole fucking theme, and Dan's just like, "Are you all right, man?" And then he just is like, "Dude, have you not guessed that I am a super huge Sonic fan right now?"
I love the Sonic animated for that, because the more Aaron sings the song, the more his features change to that of Sonic.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's pretty great. It's pretty fucking great.
It's so good.
The Game Grumps animated, so I honestly prefer to the actual channel. Because, like, they take those golden nuggets that their channels turns out on occasion and just distills them down into pure goodness.
Oh, man. You've seen House Party, right?
I know of the game. I've watched a handful of their episodes. They had, like, their grumpy things, where they were talking about like their number one events from like the year or whatever, and one of them was a clip of them playing House Party, and Aaron was like in this garage talking with somebody, and then all of a sudden he like walks out and starts talking to people, and people start making comments, and he looks down and it's just like a censor strip, and he's just like, oh god, my dick's out. I'm not wearing any pants.
Oh my god, their fucking experiences in that game are so great. Like, just like Aaron just gets so into it. Like, I remember like I just recently watched it, and like at the very beginning they're both very hesitant about it because it's like, oh, this isn't like a super great game. But then like as they're playing it, they're just like, oh, this game has some charm to it. But then eventually Aaron just gets super horny for everybody, and he's just like, I need to get Amy. Where are you, Amy? Where are you?
I do know they played it enough that the developers like invited them in to have them dub some lines and
Yes.
added them into the game.
Yes, because I never saw like their newer episodes. I just remember when like they first released it and they only did like 20 or so episodes of it. And I just recently watched the newer stuff when they updated the game, and man, that fucking game is hilarious. Oh my God.
There's genuinely a part in that game where like several of the characters become self-aware of the fact that they're in a game, and they start like reprogramming the game in the background. And so like one of them makes her hands giant and goes around slapping other people at the party until they die. Like the game's wild.
It's a fucking trip and a half, that fucking game. Like in some of the newer episodes, the Frank character, you know, the how's it going, dude?
How's it going, dude?
How's it going, dude? Like, there's a point where, like, because they discover that there's, like, a secret terrarium in the house with a giant snake called Julius Squeezers. And they release the snake, and they have to do like a quest line involving the snake. And at one point, like Frank basically just like grabs the snake while on the roof of the house and just starts fucking stripper dancing with the snake around his neck. And he's just like, I got a fucking snake on my neck and I'm dancing some sick moves. Holy shit, this thing fucking hurts. And you know when a line is good because like it completely takes Dan and Aaron like off their groove, and they both just like collectively lose their shit for like a solid like 30 seconds.
I remember they there was some game they played, I think it was this Christmas, where like the whole objective was like you had to find a bunch of stockings around this house, and there's an evil Santa stalking around the house trying to find you. And like Aaron just kind of like walks through a room or two, and he's like, so you notice anything? And Dan's like, well, what are you talking about? And then he like walks in like this specific area, and he goes, oh my fucking God, we're in the house party house.
Oh my God, that's great.
I really love the bit where they'd see like that one picture on the wall, and every time they'd walk by it, they would just stare at it and go.
I don't know, but something about this room just making me. Classic. And then they just immediately just like, how's it going, dude? Oh my God.
I need to go back and like rewatch some of their house party stuff at some point, because they're like that series. It's got a lot more of those gold nuggets than some of their other series do, and like. That's one of my big problems with Game Grumps, is a lot of their stuff, like those little gold nuggets of just amazing moments are very few and far between. And a lot of their stuff is just kind of them chatting, and a lot of the times I'll just eventually get bored of it. Like, I don't think I've ever finished one of their playthroughs.
Right now I'm on their Danganronpa playthrough, and like I get it, especially when like the game is not like wholly interesting. But like when they do get on like a really good roll, it like really gets great.
Oh yeah, like they have the potential for just obscenely great comedic moments, but a lot of their stuff is just kind of eh.
Yeah, and it's no fault of their own. They just kind of like get like a bad game that just doesn't really give them good material.
Yeah, I still am mad that they are Alien Isolation. I really want them to, because like I just really want them to put Dan at the controls and just let them go, because Dan was having such a blast with that game, and Aaron just so obviously did not give two fucks about it, and made me sad.
Ugh, yeah.
Let's go over here real quick.
There are so many games that I just wish they would go back and finish. Like, God, I wish they would go back and finish fucking God of War.
Which one? Was it the one, like,
the
current
newer one? The Norse one.
I didn't even know they played that one.
I know, they only did like one episode and then they never did anything else. And like, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, there's so
Come
much,
on, guys!
there's so much possibility to like have fun with that, but they just were like, nah.
No, we're good, we're good.
And it's always like games that I've played where I'm just like, oh man, I can't wait for Dan and Aaron to play that game because that's going to be like some really funny moments, and then they just don't.
Let's see, can I make this? Damn, it uses A-grade steel. I don't have enough A-grade steel. That's the whole reason I can't make this other thing. So I'd really love this particular blade. Whatever. Oh, God. I never back out far enough. It always fucks me up.
Oh man, I need to get a birthday present for the nice guy blacksmith who's simping on my girlfriend.
What? Okay.
Stardew is a crazy game, as I've said.
I thought you were, like, talking about, like, a real person that you knew, and I was like, who the fuck do you have to buy a birthday present for?
Yes, I need to buy a real-life present for the real-life blacksmith who is simping on my real-life girlfriend. At least one of those should have been a clue that something was wrong.
like halfway through it, like, when you got up to the point where you said blacksmith, I was like, do you know a blacksmith? But then once you said girlfriend, I was like, ah, it's in the game.
Thankfully Clint is simple, because he is a blacksmith, and he does not have much personality.
This mission just starts crazy. Oh god. Rico, can you deal with that? That's not... Okay, Rico. Thanks, I guess. I was kind of hoping that you'd hit him in the neck and kill him, but I'll take what I can get. Alright. I love when the Titans, like, stumble over a building and just fall on their faces.
Yeah. Just watching them fail at being intimidating monsters.
They're rather derpy, in all honesty.
They're derpy, but in, like, the most horrifying way possible. Like, if you just saw a Titan, like, in actual life, it would be the most horrifying thing ever. But, like, just seeing it, like, as is, you're just like, heh.
So, question, because Ryan and I had this conversation yesterday. Are Titans kaiju?
I mean, like, technically? Because, I mean, like, they're giant monsters.
Mm-hmm.
They cause destruction wherever they go.
But they're not all giant. Like, some of them are only, like 5 or 6 meters tall.
True, but Death Destroyer started out, like, as an amoeba.
Fair. But he very clearly evolves into a final form where he is 100% a kaiju.
Yeah, and so do the Titans, to an extent.
I feel like they're all individual Titans, and, like, they don't necessarily all get that tall.
Yeah, but the ones that do get that tall, like, then they technically become kaiju.
Yeah, I would definitely say, like, the larger ones are definitely kaiju, but I feel like the ones that are only, like, 5 or 6 meters tall, I would say are probably not.
I would say they're conditional
it varies
kaijus. Like, once they
Sure.
exceed, like,
Yeah.
10 meters tall, they become, like, fucking kaiju.
Eventually, they get to graduate to the big boy school and become a kaiju.
Just wearing their cap and being like, I did it, ma!
I became a kaiju.
I am the kaiju.
We're good. We're good. I'm a kaiju. Good. Are you proud of me, Mom?
Giant kaiju mom in the background taking pictures. I'm proud of you, baby.
You did it.
That's my boy!
Just all these normal ass parents like, what kind of school is this place? Why did we send Bobby here?
What did we send Bobby here? I don't know why, but that one really got me. Why did we send Bobby here?
Oh god, it always fills my heart with joy whenever I get somebody with a good laugh.
This is so fucking hectic. There are so many goddamn Titans. I will say, I
have you
appear to
considered
have saved.
killing some of the Titans?
I mean, I'm working on it. There's a lot of them, though. I'm the deadliest Beyblade, and I'm tearing through them.
Oh god. Just imagining you like Barbossa in fucking Pirates 3, just like, I'm a little busy at the moment.
Barbossa Marios! I'm kind of busy. I do very much appreciate that scene just evolves from him just going, just fucking kiss!
I love the fact that like he actually fucking does it. Like he didn't have to, but he's just like, hey, you know what, fucking we're all gonna die. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to fuck your mother, you bastards.
I really wish that I really wish that the rest of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies were good. Like, I liked the first three, but like after that they veer hard into this is just terrible.
Yeah. Like, I really enjoy one. One is fantastic. It's amazing. Two is a little bit not as good as three in my opinion, but it's really good in setting up Davy Jones. And I love fucking Davy Jones. Davy Jones is fucking amazing. But like all the other stuff of like the build up with Beckett and like the decaying relationship between Will and Elizabeth and Jack, it just doesn't do it for me. Anytime it deals with any of Davy Jones stuff, I'm immediately hooked. But then,
yeah, that's kind of my thing. Is like the first three, they all have parts that like I love, even if the whole movie in and of itself is not amazing.
Yeah.
But like 4 and 5, there's just like nothing in either of those that I enjoyed. 4 isn't even a Pirates movie. They adapted a book and just stuck Jack Sparrow into it.
I really do not like 4. Like 4 is just
no.
I also don't like it because like it basically wastes an amazing concept of fucking Blackbeard being a voodoo pirate lord. And it's like that's the most amazing thing ever, and they do nothing with it.
Like, I really hate 4 because it flies in the face of the extended Pirates of the Caribbean lore. In case you weren't aware, Jack Sparrow is canonically King of the Mermaids.
Oh god. Oh god. That's very Jack.
It's 100% true too. Like he is canonically King of the Mermaids. They hate his guts, but he is their king. The mermaids in the Pirates of the Caribbean universe also might be demons? I haven't read the books in a while.
I truly would not put it past the Pirates universe to be like, oh yeah, there's demons. Why? There's fucking mermaids and ghosts and like eldritch horrors, but there's not demons?
Well, so one of the things that they establish in the book is that whenever you like don't look at the mermaids head on, like they look monstrous somehow.
Oh, like
Like, if
almost
you
like
see
out of
them-
the corner of your eye, kind of thing.
Yeah, if you like see them out of the corner of your eye, they look like there's something horrendously wrong with them. And they like, I don't remember them ever going into detail about it because I only read like the first series of the extended books where it's Jack as like a teenager, in charge of like his very first ship. But like there's like a whole like adult series too that I only ever read like the first book on. That's where, you know, Jack's line in At World's End where he talks about how he sailed with a guy who like didn't have an eye and like was missing like half of an ear or whatever.
Yeah.
That guy is in that book and he's a zombie.
Oh god, that's awesome.
Yeah, Tia Dalma like resurrects a zombie to like serve as like Jack's like second mate or something.
Oh, that's fucking so cool.
Yeah, like the Pirates Extended Universe shit is actually really interesting.
Oh god. God, I love the Pirates universe. It's so crazy and wild and awesome.
Like, I have not read the books in literal years, so I have no idea if they hold up, but they were really fun when I was a kid.
Oh. And yeah,
I used to own like the entire series. I don't know where any of the books are anymore. I used to own them all. I don't know what happened to them.
and you don't like Pirates 5.
No, it's terrible.
Terrible? Like completely?
It's horrible. I fucking hate it.
Really? Oh, I enjoy it.
I think that, in my opinion, Johnny Depp phoned in his performance so hard for that movie.
Yeah.
Like you can see that he just showed up to collect a paycheck. He was done.
Yeah. Like, the things that made that movie for me was Captain Salazar and Barbossa. Like, those two were amazing, and I was thoroughly entranced watching it with them.
I also really hated that the two new characters were like very obviously just discount Elizabeth Swann and Will Turner.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of them's their fucking son.
Yeah. It really felt like they just wanted to wrap that up and be done with the series.
Yeah.
Ah, there's Marco. I can go save him now.
It also didn't help that, like, by the end of, like, Pirates 3, I hated Will and Elizabeth. So, like, having their son in there was just like, oh, I kind of already am on negative cred with this kid.
Why'd you hate him?
Well, like, I was not a fan of Elizabeth, because, like, in Pirates 2, she basically just betrays Jack and kills him. Like, she basically is just like, she, like, fucking chains him up to a thing, and she's just like, yeah, screw you, and, you can just fuck off and die. And he's just like, oh, well, alright. I mean, I get it, but, like, yeah, cool. You can live with yourself, then that's fine. And then she leaves, and he fucking, like, fights the fucking Kraken and dies. And then...
I honestly don't remember why she even does it.
Yeah.
I think, doesn't she do it because, like, she knows the Kraken will, like, come after them or something like that?
Like, I think she basically is, like, Jack, like, is going to be hounded by this thing, like, for a good long while. And it's going to, like, take down the ship, and it's going to hunt them down. But, like, everybody is like, we can find a way to get through this. There's, like, some hopeful optimism. And, like, she doesn't really, like, do it to be like, Jack, this is for the best. She kind of is like, you need to die so my boyfriend can live. And it's just like, that's it? Like, if she was, like, more pragmatic about it, and, like, gave him at least a fighting chance to just be like, Jack, here, I'm sorry, but, like, you gotta stay on your fucking ship. If you gotta do what you gotta do, then sure, by all means. But, you can't get on this boat because you're gonna kill us all. So, good luck, Godspeed, and, hopefully you live. But no, she ties him to a fucking mast and is just like, I hope you die, bye.
Ryan points out that she apparently says nothing personal when she does it, but, like, I don't remember enough of the scene to say either way.
I don't know. And then in episode 3, like, Will just basically says, fuck everyone, I'm just trying to get my dad back. Which is, like, fine, but he is, like, completely disregarding literally everybody, and he is selling out everyone to get his dad back. And it's just like, there is no loyalty in him. And, like, I have no love for a character like that.
Can't relate, don't like my dad.
Well, also, like, he barely knows his dad. Like, he's just like, I gotta get my dad back. But he's just like, I knew my dad for, like, 5 years of my life. And the rest of the 20-plus years, I only heard stories.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can kind of understand his perspective too, though. Because, like, I understand, like, the whole, like, oh, I want to know my parents thing is, like, a very common thing and just in fiction and everything. And I know there are a lot of people in real life who, like, don't have that relationship with their parents and want it. So I can understand that to a degree, but I can't imagine wanting it to the point where you would literally sell out, like, everybody that you know like that.
Like, I get it, because, like, I especially get it, like, with movie 2, because he actually meets his dad. And he sees him, and he has, like, time on Davy Jones' ship, where, like, he's like, oh my god, Dad, I thought you were dead. And he's just like, oh, Will, I'm sorry you have to see me like this. And then, like, they have, like, a connection, and then, like, yeah, I get that he's just like, yeah, I gotta save my dad from Davy Jones' ship. But then he's just fucking teaming up with the bad guys who are allied with Davy Jones? What the fuck is, like, your deal, man? Just, like, hang out with Barbossa and them, because they're just like, we're gonna take down Davy Jones. But he's just like, you're not doing it fast enough. So you know what? I'm gonna sell you guys out to Commodore Beckett. And it's like, go fuck yourself, you pretty boy bitch. I have a diehard loyalty to Barbossa and the pirates. And the fact that, like, Will was just like, I'm sipping tea with the enemy and I don't give a fuck, just, like, really rubbed me wrong. And I know that Jack did the exact same thing, but, like, Jack, like, knew that he was going to betray them, and they knew Jack was going to betray them. There was no way that allegiance was solid. But Will was just so flippity-floppity, like, triple, double, quadruple agent on everybody, that, like, you could not pin him down to save your life.
I saved, like, 3 dead people that mission.
Hell yeah!
You done good, me. You done good.
I'm just imagining you, like, leaving the scene with, like, 3 corpses, just like, another job well done. Oh my god, Grandma! No need to thank me, child. All in the day's work of recon.
She's good.
But you know what she's not? Eaten by Titans. That'll be $6.50.
So, let's see.
Hi-ho, Silva!
Away! Marka, we finally get to hang out. Where are we? Where is this? I don't think I've ever been here before.
Don't close, don't close, don't close! Come on, come on, come on.
Alright. Marka, we've never hung out before. Oh, we're back in training. I think? Maybe? No?
何か訓練の内容に気になるところでもあるのか不満とは違うんだけど今のやり方だとみんなが討伐数を競うことになるだろそれってどう思う
Honestly, I don't remember, like, anything from Pirates 5 that I actually enjoyed.
I will firmly stand by Captain Salazar because he was like a super awesome character and I really dig like his design and like the design of his crew. And like, yeah, it's basically like the first movie over again, only instead of zombies, they're ghosts. But I mean, like, it's still like something different than zombies. They're ghost pirates. And they have like a sick ass ship and they have like ghost animals with them too.
Yeah, like there's just a lot of it that I didn't like. I didn't like any of the things they did with Jack in that movie. I don't like that he's down on his luck. He doesn't have a crew anymore. Like, he never has any money. Like, he sells the compass and everything. And Johnny Depp's performance just ruins the whole thing. Also, the whole bit with the trident, where like they're like, oh yeah, you break the trident, you break every curse on the sea, and it's like, what? Why would you think that? Where did that come from? What?
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it would track. Like, if anything,
Really,
I would imagine
yeah.
that, like, if you broke the trident, it would, like, just ruin the ocean. Like, it would just
Yeah,
become
like-
a wild, uncontrollable, chaotic maelstrom.
I don't remember the specifics around it, but I remember them coming to that conclusion and me just being like, why the fuck do you think that? Like, there's nothing here to establish that as a possibility here. You seem to have just leapt to the conclusion.
It also makes me, like, very curious, like, how on earth does that tie in with Calypso?
I don't know. They did the Calypso thing and then they just dropped it. Like,
Yeah.
she never comes up again.
Like, she's the god of the sea, or goddess of the sea. And, like, she just kind of, like, after she shows up and, like, helps them out, like, it's just never talked about. They just released a god! Like, more people should be talking about this.
They released a god. She tried to kill everybody, and then they all just kind of went on their own separate ways.
We all agree never to talk about this again. You know what? Fair. I don't know how we're gonna explain this.
See.
Woo! I just caught me a squid.
I don't know why, but like talking about Calypso just reminded me of Calypso from the Percy Jackson books.
Oh, hold on. Wait. I'm trying to remember. Oh, jog my memory, good sir.
Which Percy Jackson books have you read? Did you just
I-
read Percy Jackson, or did you also read Heroes of Olympus?
I read the OG series.
And that's it?
Yep.
So yeah, she only gets a small part in that one. But like, I think Percy ends up like blowing up a volcano or some crazy shit like that. And it like knocks him into the sky and he wakes up on Calypso's island. And
I imagine she would be horribly pissed at him.
her whole curse is that she's stuck on this island, and that adventurers who always like intend to leave always end up on the island, and she always starts out hating them, and she eventually will come to love them by the time they leave.
Oh.
And so she starts out hating Percy. Percy like wins her over, and then Percy like fucks off and like leaves because he has to go back and save everybody else. But in like the sequel series, one of the main characters, Leo, ends up on her island, and like she puts up a major fight to like not fall in love with him, and then they end up falling in love, but he still has to go back and save everybody. And then the series like ends with him flying off to go return to her island and rescue her. And like I remember really enjoying that particular plotline.
That's
The
sweet.
Heroes of Olympus series is really, really good. Like, it was a phenomenal follow-up to a really good series. I do dislike that in the final book, Percy and Annabeth, neither of them get a POV. And I understand it, because they both got a lot of POVs in the book before. And Rick Riordan wanted to, like, end their stories. But at the same time, I wanted more of the two of them. One of my favorite moments is in, I think, book 3? Where the two of them have this one bit where they're traveling to Europe to do something. I don't remember what they're doing, but they're doing something. And they're traveling in like this flying ship that Leo's built, and like everybody goes to sleep, and like they stay up late talking in like a room together, and like the next day, like everyone like opens the door and sees them just like curled up on the floor like in a blanket together. And everyone's just like, oh my god, they did it. We have to tell Charon. And the two of them are just like, oh, wait, no, it's totally innocent. We're fine. And like,
We didn't fuck!
It's just this adorable moment where they spent the entire night just up talking together. And then everyone found them the next morning and were like, "Oh, you in trouble."
Don't tell Centaur Dad we banged.
Yeah, Ryan, they never get a POV in the last book. Their last POV is in the 4th book in the Heroes of Olympus series. I remember noticing that and getting really weirded out by it. Just because, like, Percy started that whole thing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't bother me much while I was going through it, but I remember after the fact being somewhat annoyed by it, because I wanted more of, like, Percy's perspective on events.
Do you know what I feel like they didn't talk about nearly enough in the Percy Jackson series? So, in Sea of Monsters, like, they go to Circe's Island, and, like, Percy, like, does his whole, like, thing there, and, like, they find, like, the guinea pigs, which are, like, the new pigs. And then, like, he breaks the curse, and, like, one of them is fucking Blackbeard. And, like, he's, like...
Yes, and they never bring him up again.
Yeah, so it's just Blackbeard just out there, like, perusing the fucking, like, 7 seas with an immortal band of demigod pirates?
Probably.
That's insane, and I want to know more about it.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I find it very strange that they have never brought it up in any sequel series.
I need to go back and reread the original Percy Jackson series, because I don't remember it very clearly. I remember a whole lot of, like, the following series of, like, Heroes of Olympus. But for some reason, the original series, I remember a lot of the big moments. I remember a lot of the feelings and stuff that came from it. But, like, I don't remember much about, like, the actual, like, minute-to-minute stuff. Also, Ryan points out that there are, like, random monsters, logical beings just running around. So the fucking demigod pirate crew probably wouldn't be that big of a deal.
I mean, like, it's not that big of a deal, but it's fucking Blackbeard.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
It's also amazing that, like,
I would
Percy
imagine it would
basically,
be
like, admits that, like, he's the son of Ares, which is just so perfect.
I would imagine that, dude, imagine if Blackbeard was, like, a son of Poseidon. And
That would've
had,
been
like,
wild.
control over the ocean.
That would have been wild, and it would have, like, raised so many questions, like, for Percy. And, like, I would have been just like, what the fuck is, like... Does this mean there's, like, other, like, children of Poseidon? Because that actually would bring up, like, really good, like, dialogue. They'd just be like, how many fucking half-brothers do I... Because he's also, like, dealing with, like, Tyson, that whole book. So if, like, Blackbeard was, like, another son of Poseidon, like, I would love it if, like, he just, like, had a real talk with his dad. Like, how many fucking half-brothers and sisters do I have, Dad? He's just like,
I think he actually does at one point, because, like, they acknowledge that, like, all the Cyclopses are essentially, like, children of Poseidon, I think.
all the giants, actually. Like, all the Cyclopses and the the 100-handed dudes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I can never pronounce their fucking names.
I forgot that they were in that series. They're in, like, the 3rd book, aren't they?
I remember,
There's, like, one of them.
I remember when
And
they
he's
had
at,
to do
like,
the breakout because
Alcatraz,
he was,
right?
Yeah. And I remember, like, Tyson being like, we gotta save him, he's my brother! And Percy's just being like, I'm your brother! And we can't fucking go into Alcatraz! And he's just like, please! And they're just like, okay.
Bye!
But then they save him, and he's just like, I am one of the greatest blacksmiths that ever lived, aside from the mighty Hephaestus. And they're just like, oh, sick! Can you make stuff for us? And he's like, sure.
I remember being really annoyed because the Heroes of Olympus series, like, it, like, starts with, like, the 2nd book at least, the one about Percy, starts with him losing the blessing of Achilles that he got in, like, the final book of the original series. And I understand why they did it, because, like,
you can't have an
a guy
immortal OP character.
Yeah, you can't have an immortal fucking character as your protagonist of your series. Like, it makes things really, really difficult.
And boring.
And so, I understand it, but it still frustrates me. And, like, I know you can do stuff like that well. Like, One Punch Man is great, but you never worry that Saitama is ever going to lose a fight.
True, and also it's way more comedic than like anything else.
Yeah, so like I've mentioned before that like when you have super OP protagonists like that, one of the important things is that you can't you really can't base any of your conflict or drama off the idea of the main character losing a fight or yeah, it does, Ryan, you're right. But like one of the things that I think is very important is that whenever you create a series like that, that is like you have an OP protagonist, you can't have any of like your story beats be based around somebody wanting to defeat the main character in like a one-on-one fight, because you know it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You need to build your drama off of other characters being put in danger or like things that aren't direct one-on-one fights. Like when Genos and Moomin Rider and them are fighting the Sea King or whatever.
Exactly.
Like, that
yes.
is an amazing fucking die, you bitch. Fucking die. Lose your arms. But that's an amazing moment. But it's not amazing because Saitama's involved. It's amazing because like other characters are doing crazy stuff. And even the ending is really good because like the whole bit of that season is that Saitama wants to be recognized as a hero. He wants to be appreciated. He wants the acknowledgement. And so at the end, when like he takes the fall and just acknowledges like, oh yeah, like you guys softened him up for me, because he needed to like make sure that everybody else's like losses and sacrifices weren't in vain. Like that was like a huge deal. And like that's the kind of like of dilemma you have to put your protagonist in, one where they lose something important to them if they do the things that they want to do, or if they do the things that they have to do.
I remember getting to that scene, and like I had like that was when like One Punch Man like kind of elevated in a sense for me, because I was just like, this is a funny little like show, and then like I was like, fucking Saitama is like just a great guy.
Yeah, like Totally Not Mark on YouTube has an entire series called The Anatomy of Anime, where he does in-depth character analysis from like a writer's perspective about characters, and he has an entire one on Saitama about the definition of heroism, and talks about how he created a poll on like his Twitter account asking if people thought that if Saitama was heroic and everything. And then he explicitly points out that scene as the very definition of Saitama being heroic. Like, Saitama can't be traditionally heroic because his life will never be in danger, because that's his whole bit. And so instead, he has to make other sacrifices in order to truly, like, take on the persona of a heroic character. And that whole bit there was, like, genuinely, like, a powerful emotional moment of him taking the fall and giving up the things that he wanted. And then at the end, when like he gets a single letter of fan art from fucking Moomin Rider acknowledging him as a hero, like, God, it does things, man. It does things for you.
Oh, it's so fucking good. I also love the fact that Bill Burr, like, apparently, like, talked about One Punch Man, and he's just like, it's fucking good! Are you kidding me? That shit's great! And I'm just like, holy shit, Bill Burr watches anime, and he's a super huge fan of One Punch Man. It's awesome.
Oh, cool. That works.
Going back to Percy Jackson, though, real quick. For me, Percy Jackson was, like, the first, like, book series where, like, I kind of, like, really started getting into books. Like, the first book series that, like, I read that was like, oh, reading's fun, was Spiderwick Chronicles. But, like, Percy Jackson was, like, the first one where I'm just like, oh, shit. Like, these are, like, fucking really good.
My first one was Harry Potter.
It's always Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Oh,
like, so...
fucking Potter.
So... There was a, like, I read a lot of books when I was in, like, elementary to middle school and everything. I read a lot more than I do now. But there was a period in middle school, in 6th grade specifically, where we had this contest called Reading Counts. And the whole premise of it was that we had a system where you could go and you could take a quiz about a book, and then you would get points depending on how long the book was and what the reading level of the book was. And they announced that it would be a contest across the entire grade to see who could get the most points. And I was just like, alright, yeah. And like, I just kind of did it casually at first. And then I ended up in like first place. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is cool. And then like this other girl, she ended up in like second place and she passed me at one point. And so we ended up having this competition where we spent the entire fucking year one-upping each other desperately, reading every book that we could. I read so many books that year, and I do not remember half of them at this point because I just devoured so many books. And we got to the point where, oh god, it's the Armor Titan. And we got to this point where we were both like 600 points ahead of the guy in third place. And like, that's a lot. Like, the guy in like third place, he had like 100 points, and we were both in like the 700s and 800s. And I remember reading so many books that like I cannot even process, to the point where like we both started taking quizzes on books that we'd read before that we hadn't read recently to just try to get an edge over each other. And like, it got to the point where at the end of the year, in like the school-wide assembly, we both got like rewards from the principal because we'd read so many goddamn books to try to fucking win it that like nobody had gotten that high before. And it like, it was like a huge deal. And I remember specifically, one of the things that I read that I don't remember a goddamn thing of is the Chronicles of Narnia books.
Really?
Yes, I read all of them. And aside from like the first handful, I don't remember a goddamn thing from them.
Wow. Ugh. Did you ever read a series called Demonata?
No. Also, real quick, one more thing. So one thing I do remember about the Chronicles of Narnia is that it essentially ends with Aslan rapturing like everybody. Yay! Like,
Aslan saves.
I don't remember the context because I don't remember who even the protagonists are of the last book. But I remember that it essentially ends with them running off into the horizon with Aslan, and then they just like, they would just pass everybody that they'd ever met before. And like, whenever they would, the person would be like, oh, we're gonna start running. And then like all of the protagonists of like all the other books would start running with them. And they literally like ran to the edge of reality until they ended up in like heaven or some shit. It was fucking weird as hell. I do not remember anything else but that.
Oh, man.
It's a fucking... Narnia's a weird series.
I tell you, Demonata's a weird series. Like, it was also, like, it's a series that, like, really, like, you do not expect it to be like it is. Like, but, like, it lets you know in, like, the first, like, 20 pages. Because, like, so the premise is that, like, it's about this kid who, his family gets killed by demons, and then he basically goes to live with his uncle, who teaches them about magic and how to fight demons and blah 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 blah. And like, it sounds pretty like generic, like young adult fantasy kind of stuff, right? So the book opens with the kid named Grubbs, who he's just like,
what a name.
Well, his name is like Grabinski or something like that, but he calls himself Grubbs because he likes worms and creepy crawlies and, you know, like kid things. And he's just like, I'm gonna pull an epic prank on my sister, and I'm gonna put a whole bunch of worms and rat guts in her fucking backpack. And then he does, and she gets freaked out. She's like, Mom, Grubbs put worms in my bag. And they're like, Grubbs, you can't do that. You're gonna go stay with your aunt this summer. And he's like, oh, but she doesn't have video games and TV. And it's like, you know, it's all like that for the first 20 pages. But then he's like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna sneak back into the house and get my Game Boy or some shit like that. And then it basically is like he sneaks back into the house, and he is sneaking through the house, and he starts hearing noises down the living room, and he's like, oh, I better be careful. I don't want Mom and Dad and Angie to see me. And he like is sneaking out, and he's like, well, you know what? Maybe I'll just pop in real quick. And he goes, and his mom and dad and sister are horribly fucking mutilated and beaten and cut up and being eaten alive by demons. And they describe it in horrific detail. Like, they're basically
well,
like...
that escalated quickly.
Oh my god, yeah, I know, right? And it's basically just like he opens up the door, sees his dad, like, in chains on, like, by his fucking ankles, but he's, like, cut in half and he can't see the torso. His mom is, like, tied up like a fucking witch and is, like, is been disemboweled. And, like, two horrific demon monsters, one of which is like a crocodile Sobek looking thing with delicate female looking hands, and another one is a child with scaly skin, sharp teeth, and dead blank eyes with larvae crawling out of them, and they're both eating his sister alive. And he's just like, and then the demon lord of pain basically comes out, and he's just like, I enjoy the suffering your family has given me, and now I will let you live so that I may feed off of your suffering for now and eternity. And then he just lets him go, and Grubs basically just fucking has a mental breakdown and loses his goddamn mind because he basically just saw his whole family die. And he goes to a fucking mental asylum where he's like in there for like 6 months, where he's like near catatonic and violent against anybody because he's like, the demons are gonna come! And that's the first chapter!
What?
Yeah!
All that in one chapter?
Okay, I'm exaggerating. It's like maybe 2 chapters, but I kid you not, it's like literally the first half. It's not even the first half. It literally is like the first 40 pages is casual, like young adult stuff, horrific, brutal murder, and then mental asylum, I'm insane and my family's dead. And then his like uncle comes in, and his uncle's the fucking best because he's basically like a dude with like a mullet and like jean jackets and like a torn like punk kind of rocker look to him, and he's like, his whole other entire family has tried to take him in, but he basically like Grubbs basically explains that like anytime like other family has taken him in, he had a violent psychotic episode where he beat and assaulted his family because he was like, you're just demons in disguise, and so his entire family abandons him. Except for his, like, super long-lost Uncle Dervish, who is just like, yeah, I'll take the kid in. And then he, like, basically, like, takes Grubbs, puts him in the car, and then he's just like, I know demons are real. I know what happened to your father and mother and sister. I know it's fucked up, but listen, I have magic, and we're gonna get those fucking demon bastards back. And then Grubbs is like, oh, alright. Cool! I'm horribly mentally scarred, but I'm down for this plan. And Uncle Dervish is like, hell yeah. Do you like chess? Kind of. Well, you better.
There was this one series that Steven had me reading a while back, and I don't remember the name of it, but like, it's about this creature called like the Malachi, who's like essentially, the Malachi is like the spawn of like the devil, and then like the like God has like this creature known as like the Nephilim, and they're total opposites of each other, and like it brings in like this really weird like time travel plot where like apparently there's this dude from the future who's actually the main character from the future, where he grew up and like lost everything and is now like gone insane, and because like he is the He is the fucking whatever creature I just said his name was. I literally just already left my mind. The Malachi. That's it. Yeah, because he's the Malachi, because he's so damn miserable. Like the evil just inherent in the Malachi keeps trying to take him over and drive him and turn him into this horrible, horrible monster. And like the series has interesting fucking stuff to it, but like. It felt so. The author is apparently a woman, and it shows because every single character in the series is a 6'6" jacked dude who is just an Adonis, and like it. There were a lot of scenes that felt very uncomfortable. Because like they are hardcore focusing on the fact that everybody is just the perfect specimen of a man, and like it was weird because like literally aside from like one character, just about everybody in the series is a man, and like there are interesting aspects of it too. Like the main character's mom is like a stripper because like they don't have enough money to get by, and she has to like be a stripper to like make enough money because like she had to drop out of high school and some shit like that.
Wow.
And there's like a bunch of interesting, there's like a bunch of really interesting aspects to it. But like there's just so much of the series that's just like this is really weird. And like the series also really struggles with tone. Like it feels like it's like somebody read Percy Jackson and was like, I can do this, but dark and gritty and weird. And like it was just really odd to read because like the first book is just this goofy story about a dude who's hanging out with his bayou buddies who's like runs a gun shop and he's in high school and everything, and like next thing you know there's zombies running around and they're like, oh, that's fucking weird, and then it just every book gets weirder and weirder until like the dude just like ends up in hell at one point, and like the whole series just kind of ran together at one point because everything was just weird. Dude like rescued like Fenrir at one point, like turned him into like his house pet. It was fucking weird. It's a weird series.
Like
let's see.
Like
yes.
Another thing, like you were talking about like time travel stuff, and like how like that it made me. Demonata has like this weird like try plot line. Like if that sounds weird, it's because it is. Because like technically Demonata has like 3 protagonists, but like all 3 of them are in different points in time. Like the very first one is about grubs, and like you don't really think anything about the other 2 because they don't bring it up. Like you just have grubs, and then it's like grubs, and then the other 2 books are also about grubs. But then book 4, it's an entirely different dude, and they never question it. But it's like a dude in like the 70s, and like they don't really like discuss it. It's just like, oh, I'm a completely new character in 1973, and you're just supposed to go with it. And then like by the end of it, stuff starts clicking because like other characters from the other books like are being introduced, and you're like, oh shit, it's that guy from this. Oh, and it's that demon. What the fuck? But then they go right back to Grubbs' storyline. You're just like, wait, hold on. Are we just gonna ignore that fucking book? What the fuck happened? Thankfully.
All right. Bye, Ryan. Have a good day.
Thankfully.
Take off.
The one that's the most jarring takes place in like the 3rd century. And like that character basically gets like entombed and is like locked away for like all sorts of time, and then the very next book is when like they finally bring all 3 characters together, and like they're all just like, oh, okay, I get it, we're the key. It's really hard to explain, but like all 3 of the characters are basically God.
Mm-hmm.
And like they're fragmented sections of God, and so if they complete a ritual and basically reform, they can like rewrite reality on a whim and basically destroy all demon kind. And so like shenanigans happen. I won't get too into it, but basically death itself shows up. Like, not even
always
like
party when death shows up.
like it's so fucking weird and eldritch because it's not even like the Grim Reaper or like death like like supernatural death. It's quite literally the living embodiment of the idea of death. And it's just this like black mass of cloud and tentacles that just instantly kills whatever it touches, and it can reanimate anything it touches and turns everything into like zombie versions of itself. And it's fucking wild. And so
I'm always gonna miss Supernatural Death.
yeah, he was always the fucking best. Oh, best incarnation of death.
I fucking love him, man. Just this dude who just wants a bunch of fast food.
Actually, second favorite incarnation of death. My first favorite incarnation is from Discworld.
I still haven't read that.
It's I haven't read a whole heck of a lot, but I just recently got the movies, and man, what a fucking treat. One of these days we need to watch those, because man, those movies are awesome. It also has like a really great, because do you know what the plot of Hogfather is?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Okay, it's a Discworld novel, but the basic plot is some like supernatural entities hire an assassination guild to kill the Discworld version of Santa Claus. And so they hire a mentally insane man named Mr. Tea Time to basically, because he's the only one who has figured out how to kill a supernatural entity, which is basically his way of doing it is break into the Tooth Fairy's guild and take all of the children teeth of the world and put a mass spell of mind erasure on it so that they all forget that Santa Claus exists.
What?
Yeah, it's fucking wild and crazy. But basically, he kills Santa, which is they call it the Hogfather. He kills him, and like Death is the only one who like remembers it. And because Death is like death, he's just like, something is foul. I need to figure this out. However, it is Christmas Eve, and somebody must take up the beard. So Death becomes Santa Claus for the night.
That's kind of amazing.
And he basically pawns off the like mystery of who killed Santa to his daughter, who is a badass nanny who is just deadpan snarky, and he's basically just like, daughter, you will find the one who has murdered Santa Claus. And she's just like, I have a job, father. And he's like, did you not hear me that Santa is dead? Fine. I'll go figure out.
Fine, I guess. I'll figure it out.
And then the whole time, like, she's doing her thing and, like, deducing, like, who killed Santa, it cuts back occasionally to Death just being Santa. And there's, like, they basically describe how he looks as he's just wearing the Santa outfit over his robes, and he's just got a fake beard over his skull face. And he basically just, like... There's a part where he just gives a little girl a battle axe. And he's just like, now run along, child. Go and slaughter thy enemies.
Is that the
and
one,
like,
is that where that meme comes from? Of like the, what if she hurts herself or whatever? And then he's like, then it will be a good lesson.
Exactly, yes. That is exactly where that comes from. Then it shall be a good lesson for her to learn. Oh, God. It also has one of the fucking greatest, like, lines I've ever heard in, like, anything. Like, after they save the day, and, like, Santa Claus comes back to life, and reclaims the role of Santa Claus, like Death and his daughter have like a really fucking deep philosophical like heart to heart, where like they basically like talk about like belief and faith, and like Death essentially like just is like people need to believe in the small things so that they can believe in the bigger things like justice and morality. And she's just like, are you telling me justice and morality doesn't exist? And he's just like, you show me one atom of truth, one molecule of justice, one tiny iota of hope, and you tell me that they are real. And it's like, Jesus fuck. Holy shit, dude. You were wearing a beard like an hour. And he's basically, but like it's not as hopeless as it sounds, because he's basically like, even though they aren't real, with enough hope and belief, like they can be, like as long as people like truly believe that they exist, they will, and they do. And it's like, oh shit. Oh, like. He has a much better voice, and he like says the line way better than I do. If you do, just like look up
how
like
that always goes.
yeah, just like if you ever get the chance, just look up like Death, Discworld, and like a Molecule of Hope, or whatever it fucking is. Like it's a really good like speech. Ugh. And it trips me up every time I hear it, because I'm just like, oh my god, I wasn't expecting any of this from a man who was giving children
I wasn't
weaponry.
expecting to care.
I wasn't. I'm feeling.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Whatever.
I love getting unexpected feels from things.
Krista, thank you. Wonderful. CP open.
Nice.
Krista probably has like the least useful of like the special abilities in this game, where it's the one where you literally just heal somebody if they've been hurt. Because like, it's not super useful. Like you don't get hurt that often.
I always
somebody's
love
gone
how
horribly,
healing
horribly
is
wrong.
like super pointless until you need healing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why would I want to like heal when instead I can have Levi, whose special ability is that he severs all of the limbs of the enemy and then lands a killing blow.
Why would I heal when I can unheal?
That just reminds me of that thing where it's like a necromancer is just a really, really late cleric.
I didn't get my medical license revoked for nothing. Oh my god. That is exactly how I want to play my necromantic wizard that I have planned up. Like, I want him to be like an out-of-funk like doctor with like a thick German accent, and he's just like, I am a healer, but I am also a necromancer. So really, no matter what happens, I win.
No matter what, I'll get you back up, don't worry.
No matter what happens, just remember, you'll always owe me your life. Oh.
Nope. Out of attack bases. I swear I've done this mission before. I might have.
Yeah.
It's also possible this is like one of the repeat ones or whatever.
One of those.
Oh yeah, I got the fucking sweet bid. There you go. There you go.
Jelly. Good, I needed jelly. There you go, super cucumbers. Here's some jelly. Yay.
Get in the net, bitch! You're coming
Get
with
in the
me.
net.
And I'm really at the point where I can just kill those titans, and I'm fairly certain I'll get more out of it. We'll get more materials and stuff from it, so may as well. Let's see. What do we got here? Shiny Titan crystals. Okay, Reiner and Berthold are. Wait, I didn't realize Reiner was on that mission. I feel like the day has gone by really quickly. It's already 6 p.m.
It is. Oh my god, it is.
Yeah. I've been streaming for 4 hours.
Oh my god.
I swear I had something I wanted to do today. I just haven't been able to remember what it was all day. I know I did most of it. I sorted through my mail and shit again.
Welcome to my fucking life in Stardew.
Like 90% of my mail is junk mail, and so I just never think about checking my mailbox. So I only check it like once every like 2 or 3 weeks. Because of that, it builds up, and so then I just have a fuck ton of junk mail to sort through.
I'm honestly surprised you get as much mail as you do.
Yeah, because most of it is like mail from other people who've had this apartment, or like people trying to sell me shit. Like a lot of it is like newspapers and shit like that. Them trying to like sell their services to me.
Annoying.
Yeah. I also get a lot of mail from like my insurance company. That's just an explanation of like my benefits package, and I'm just like, I don't need this. I don't care.
I don't care. You give me money if I hurt things. That's what you do. Come, Mr. Goat. Let me milk you.
Did you see that meme that popped up the other day? And it's like, notice that all the cows have female names because consuming animals is just intrinsically linked to like the patriarchy and toxic masculinity and stuff. And then this person was like, "Yeah, I don't think I want to drink milk from a male cow."
Oh, that's good. Oh, people can be real dum-dum sometimes.
They can.
You know, I'll admit, I've had a real dum-dum moment. You want to know what my dum-dum moment was?
What was your dum-dum moment, Zach?
You know, in Avengers, when Steve gets on the helicarrier for the first time, he hands Nick Fury like $10.
Okay.
I always blank out for some reason when they're talking, and like Steve basically says like, I'll give you like $20 if you can show me something I've never seen before, and then like he gets the helicarrier and he gives him the money. I always thought he was tipping him because he was so far back in like the 40s. He was tipping him because he was black and he had his bag there. I thought he was tipping Fury to take bags. I never paid attention to that scene super hard.
I always just forget that scene's a thing. This is not something I really think of.
I always think about it because my friend basically lost his shit when he found out that's what I thought that scene meant. Because he's just like, no, you ding-dong! He made a bet! And I'm just like, what are you talking about? And then he showed me, like, scene by scene. And I'm just like, oh. Well,
maybe I'm the asshole!
yeah. And I took that personally. Oh man, ever since that happened, I've just like, I just was always like, oh my god, am I the dumb bitch?
What do you think of the latest episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
Pretty. I am very curious to see if Zemo is actually going to come back. I really hope he does. And I am also currently like debating on whether or not I should hate Sharon or not.
I think she's the power broker.
I am very curious about that. I think she might be, and I truly do not trust her anymore.
Yeah, like, she's really sketchy. She's spent several years as part of the criminal element, and she obviously has a grudge against the world governments.
Ugh. I really, just, why does Captain America's girlfriend have to be evil? She's a Carter, damn it.
Move it, fat boy.
Kiss me, fat boy. Have you ever seen It, like the miniseries It?
Yes, I watched it once several years ago with my ex-girlfriend.
Oh.
That was it, just the one time. I did not think that it was super good.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the only reason to watch it is because of Tim Curry.
I'm sure back in the day, it was much better, but it's not aged super well in my opinion.
I think also it really doesn't hold up now that we have like an actual good It movie.
I didn't see it chapter 2. I saw it chapter 1 though.
It Chapter 1 is very good. It Chapter 2 is like okay, but there's some definite like issues that like are like not super amazing, but it's still like a decent enough movie.
I heard a lot of people hated it.
Like I get the hate, but at the same time I just am like, whatever.
I like the movie. It's a fun movie.
Yeah,
the clown does the spookies.
I mean, I definitely prefer part 1 for sure, but I mean, like, it's still just kind of like it's more the same of 1. It's just a little bit less.
I don't have any damaging partners right now, and it's causing me problems.
I would imagine that would cause issues, not having any damaging.
I got 3 people on me. Armin gives me temporary buffs, so that's good. But then I have 2 medics, and then a dude who captures Titans, and he'll be useful at the end of this. Once this Titan is, like, capturable. But, like, right now, he's not very useful. Alright, catch it. Come on, climb.
くれ。片付けよう。
巨人は軍隊長が見たらまた大騒ぎだ。
What's up, Diz? Yeah? Daisy, don't step on my phone. What's up, Joey?
相手になるよ。始末してやる。今だ、助かった。
巨人なの。
Come on, come on, come on. Oh, you leaving? You going back to the bedroom? No, you going to the bathroom? Alright. Come on.
拠点はここだね。相手になるよ。
誰も巨人なの。
拠点は頼んだ。やるよ。アルミン、よろしくな。分かった。
Alright, come on, Armin. Dead.
Dead. He's fucking dead.
I got it. I took him out. He's done.
He's dead. He's on the ground. There's blood everywhere.
Let's see. Escalate Iron Bamboo, top rank generic shit, large Augite, Titan crystals, unusual Titan crystals, sweet. Awesome. Mina's almost ready to level up. My next mission should get her up. I think there are kids playing out on my my porch again.
Oh, those damn kids.
I don't mind.
Go out there and yell at them.
No.
You need to assert your reputation as the crazy old man.
I'm not an old man, though.
You need to get started. You won't be young forever.
Also, I got really annoyed earlier because I ordered lunch and apparently I ordered the wrong thing and I was really upset.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so Firehouse Subs is doing like a temporary sub right now. It's like a seasonal special thing. It's the meatball pizza sub. And let me tell you, it's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. I went to order it, and I just clicked on like recent sandwiches, and apparently I clicked on another recent sandwich, not like the actual like meatball pizza sub. And so I ordered the wrong sandwich, and I was heartbroken to open my sandwich box and see the wrong sandwich.
Well, ain't that just a story for the ages? Allow me to play you a song in the world's smallest violin.
Please do. I deserve it.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not kidding. This is the world's smallest violin.
But, so, like, the sub is like, you know, it's like sub bread. But it's like, it's sliced from the top instead of the side. And then it's got, like, meatballs, marinara sauce, and everything. And then, like, mozzarella cheese. But it also has, like, pepperonis on top. And they're, like, seasoned. And then they've got, like, pepper and, like garlic powder and stuff on it, too. And, like, it's really, really fucking good. Like, if you come over at some point, you should definitely, we should definitely order from Firehouse so that you can try it. Speaking of which, you should probably come over at some point anyway, just to see the new couch.
I should.
Now that we can actually, like, now that I have actual furniture for you to, like, sit on.
I should. I need to bring over some movies. Have a day.
That reminds me, I need to request the week of Mass Effect off, because Jake and I are gonna like see about doing something early that week, and then Mass Effect's coming out. I have like a week's worth of vacation time, and I just want an excuse to use it.
You need to take it off and come with me down to the beach, brah.
I don't know that I currently own a pair of swimming trunks. I think I do.
That's fine. I know when I go to the beach, I'm not gonna fucking go out on the actual beach.
I like go out on the beach. Like, I'll swim in the ocean. It just makes me somewhat uncomfortable.
I hate the beach and I hate the ocean. It is really not a good time.
The one thing I really dislike about the beach is the fact that I get to the point where I can't see my feet in the water, and then I'm always just sitting there thinking, what could be down there?
God. Don't like it.
Nope.
Like it.
I enjoy swimming in the ocean. I just, I don't like, what could potentially be under the water.
I don't like nothing about it. Don't like any way about it. It is really not my ideal vacation, the beach.
Thanks, Mina. You saved me. Oh no! It's still alive! Jesus Christ. Heal. Jesus fuck, I don't care! I don't care! I just want to kill these titans and be done. I'm barely hurting these bitches. I need to build more shit. There, attack on base. Now I have to go save Levi. He's in hot water over there.
Out.
Where is the squad leader? Is that over there? Come on, Gene. Oh God.
人を滅ぼすまで死ねるものか。
人類の勝利のために。
There's so many goddamn Titans.
It's almost like the game is called Attack on Titan.
There's just so goddamn many of them. Come on, shrink my map. I can't see shit. Thank you. Of course, goddamn it. Your fucking AI is terrible.
拠点を作ってくれ。始末してやる。こんなもんか。よっと片付けよう。
Yes, Daisy. What are you up to over there? What's up?
やるよ。
Why are you so loud?
正直なのは俺の悪い癖だ。怯えながら勇敢気取ってるやつよりマシだがね。
I love you. What are you doing all the way over there? Hey, what are you doing? You know that's not how you do that. God, what the fuck are these scout leaders?
Yes! Oh my god! Okay. So, in Stardew, there is a super duper rare mineral called a prismatic shard. And it is basically super duper rare, incredibly valuable, and one of the hardest things to possibly get in the entire game. And I just fucking found one smashing geodes.
Amazing.
Hot damn.
I'm happy for you, buddy.
I've literally played this game 4 separate times, and each time I have played at least like maybe 60 hours for every playthrough. I have literally never gotten Prismatic Shard the entire fucking time I've played this game. Now I have one!
すげえ。やっぱりお前は頼りになる。
And now
Where does it go?
I'm going to go to the desert where I shall sacrifice it to the gods so that I can get the most powerful fucking weapon in the entire game. And then I shall become
Oh, sorry.
Death, Destroyer of Worlds. All will feel me.
Come on, Levi. Kill that bitch.
I'm off.
This mission
I'm off.
is genuinely difficult right now. There's just so many goddamn Titans on the map.
I hold silver. I'm going to fucking get the best fucking sword I can possibly get. And then I'll kill so many creatures. I'll become the death of the Calico Desert.
What?
Singing my own little happy song of Maniac Glee. I'm just trapped in my own little world. And I don't care.
You a fucking crazy person.
I am a crazy person. A crazy person with a giant fucking sword!
これで貸し一つね。
I'm glad you're happy.
I am so fucking happy. I've literally never ever gotten the Galaxy Sword, and now I have it! Ah! Ah! Oh god, I feel invincible. I feel like the whole world. It is. It quite literally is the best weapon in the whole fucking game.
もう新兵扱いする必要はねえな。
Ow. Bring it on, you flying eel shitbirds. Come on, you mummies. Come on! Come on! I'm scared of you.
まずいよ援護してくれ
Yeah, come on, come on, come on. Alright. Big guy's over there. He's in trouble. Oh, they broke that thing. Great.
Do you remember the Simpsons movie?
I remember it coming out. I've never seen it.
Oh, really?
No, I've been a Simpsons guy.
Oh, forever. It's classic.
I like American Dad, and I like some Family Guy. But
Early
The Simpsons
Family Guy
has just
for me.
kind of never really been on my radar.
There's a bit in the Simpsons movie that I just recently became really aware of. The main villain is like going on like a maniacal glee trip, and like one of his lackeys is just like, "Sir, I'm afraid you've gone mad with power." He's like, "Yeah, of course. Haven't you ever tried going mad without power? It's boring. Nobody listens to you."
Oh yeah, like I've heard of that particular line. I didn't know that's what it was from, but I've heard of the line.
Classic, classic Family Guy.
My favorite American Dad episode is still the one with fucking Krampus.
Down
that soul-singing goat.
Oh god, I love that. We were on the same frequency on that.
Did you ever see the Krampus movie?
Yes, I own it.
Oh, what are your thoughts on it?
I quite like it. Like,
Yeah,
it's an
I
enjoyable.
know a
like,
lot of
Christmas
people hated it when it came out. They thought it was really dumb, but I really enjoyed it. Like the scene where like the gingerbread men are like in the kitchen with like a nail gun attacking people.
Yeah,
like, that's fucking hilarious.
That's great.
How can you not like that shit?
Or like the demented toys, like in the attic. Like,
Yeah.
it's so fucked up. It's awesome.
There's a lot of fun stuff in that movie.
I think it's like anybody who like criticizes that movie as being like, how can you make like a horror movie out of Christmas? It's so wrong. And it's like, go fuck yourself. It's like, it's just
It's a fun movie.
It's so fun.
At the end, they're in like Christmas hell. It's
Yeah.
great.
Which honestly, spending an eternity with a dysfunctional family truly does sound like Christmas hell.
Oh god. Oh god. Come on. Damn it, fucking stop! I hate that your scream hurts me somehow. You fucking loud bitch. Come on, come on. Jesus fuck! Stop it! Mina? Mina, please. Mina? Mina? Sweetheart? Come on. Alright, fine. I don't know where you went, Mina, but you're not here. Jesus fucking Christ! Stop it! Mina? Mina? Okay, you're still not here. Whatever. What the fuck ever. I just need to land one good hit on you. Stop screaming, bitch! Oh my fucking god, stop it!
I take it she's screaming.
Yes, she keeps screaming every single fucking time she does. It sends out this shockwave that hurts me. Every single time. Mina, please. Where are you, Mina? Jesus Christ. I called you for fucking healing like 3 times during that fight. You never showed up. Goddamn bitch. Let's see. I believe Armin's over there, so I should be able to swap him out for Jean and then go fucking hog wild. Now, are you a Bizarre Titan, or are you just an abnormal? You're just an abnormal. I can deal with you. Armin, you here? Armin, don't move. Don't move, Armin. I want you. Or not. Whatever.
Damn you, Armin.
Jean? Is it dead? It's not dead. There, it's dead. Armin? Come here. You're replacing Jean.
I don't want to fight Screechy Lady. You're getting in there.
It's time. You have to.
I'm tired of her screaming at me. She'll scream at you.
That's the fucking Jaw Titan knockoff. Amazing. So, attack on base. Alright, I'd like to get your special bits, but I highly doubt I'm gonna get your special bits. Because fuck you, that's why. Because Aaron's gonna pummel the shit out of you because you annoyed me. You're less annoying than the Annie Titan, but you're still annoying as fuck. Stand up! Stand up!
Oh.
Wow, that barely fucking hurt you. Did I? Just fucking cut this bitch a new one, please. There we go. I kind of want to reorder from Firehouse Subs, just so that I can get my Meatball Pizza sub this time.
If you feel like they can get it right the second time, then by all means, go for it.
It's so good.
still good. I think they can handle it.
Do I have to go into the office tomorrow? I don't remember. Yep. Alright, got an hour. And I can break for dinner. Upgrade. Can I make you? Maybe not. I believe I can. I think I can do it, yeah. So you'll go up to 556 and 384. Still worse than that one. Do I just want to swap over to the Jet Messer too? What about you? Carrying more blades, but everything else gets reduced. Actually, you're actually fucking. You're below par. Let's get you back up there. You're significantly below par. Alright, so 365 and 415. Yeah, it's closer range. More gas pressure though. Alright. I kind of dig this. Oh, but my next thing here gives me +3 strength and 3 leadership. Dex and concentration, or strength and leadership.
Strength.
I'm gonna go with the Yacht Messer. Fuck it.
Boo.
Actually, I may not be able to finish it all. I think I can. Should be fine. Can I still finish my main set? I think I can. Looks like it. Cool. Can I upgrade this shit again? Do I have the stuff for that? No, I need 3 more superior gem steel, and then I can upgrade this set again. Alright. That's a shame. Because if I could do that, it'd just immediately be better. Actually, can I buy superior gem steel now? An A-grade steel? I feel like I have to back out of a ton of menus whenever I build shit. I can just buy A-grade steel. And superior gem steel. Awesome. And then if I upgrade it again, it becomes the perfected gear and becomes a whole lot fucking better. Holy shit. And it gives me strength +5 and everything. So yeah, it's now better than the other shit again. So I guess I'm gonna keep using the third gen stuff. There's no reason not to. God, if I max it out, the scabbard almost doubles in its efficiency. Right now it's at 412 and 412 for its gas capacity and pressure. Both of them increased by 350. That's almost a 1-to-1 increase there. That's amazing. Let's see. Yeah, same for the ODM gear itself. God, that's fucking awesome. It's expensive as hell to produce though. And you need fucking large Titan fangs, colossal crystals, which I assume you get from the colossal Titan, and S-grade steel and meteoric iron. Like, it's expensive as hell too. God damn. But I'm now significantly stronger, so. And speaking of being stronger, I should have leveled up. I have 7 points to spend. Let's see. Throwing the mobile first aid back on, because that's super useful. Yes, Daisy. What's up? Cool. Alright, love you, little girl. Alright, I think this next area is the last one for this mission. It's fucking wild.
I love how like much of a culture, like a reference, like that song is. Like, all you have to do is just go, and like immediately everybody's just like, ah, shit, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
that.
that's literally the only part of that song that I know.
It's like most people like don't even like know the song; they know that bit though. Oh.
This might be a good time to build fucking cannons, in all honesty. I don't think that the attack on Titan things have been really useful. Oh, hey, yeah. Like, Ymir transforms into a Titan too. Mina, heal, please. Half the time when I fucking, when I ask Mina to heal me and she doesn't show up, I feel like I'm fucking Silica in SAO Abridged, where like, she's like, Fina, heal! And then Fina does, and it's like, oh, that's great, because it like barely heals her at all. Dude, I recently rewatched SAO Abridged, and it's so fucking funny. I don't know if you've ever watched it, but if you haven't, you should, because it's fucking hilarious.
I have watched a couple bits, but I've never actually like watched the show, so like it kind of gets lost on me every now and then.
Yeah, well, like, that's fair, I guess. I mean, personally, I think you should just watch the show too, because SAO is my favorite anime, so. I will fucking fight anybody who says that it's trash.
Yes.
It's not true. It's not true. So, like, I acknowledge that SAO has its problems, but I love it despite its problems, because the problems don't mean a whole lot to me, and the things that I love are, like, phenomenal. It was also the first anime that I ever sought out, like, while aware of the genre of anime, so it just means a lot to me. Uh-oh.
始末してやる。やるよ。落とした。こんなもんだ。相手になるよ。始末してやる。討伐完了。やるよ。しっかり頼むぜ。あ、了解。まずいな。誰か加勢してくれ。
ありがとう。助けられちゃったね。
まあ仕事ですから。
All right, shoots back.
拠点を作ってくれ。次だ。拠点はここだね。やるよ。始末してやる。このまま相手になるよ。
さすが。私も負けてられない。
任せます。了解。
Hanji, capture, please.
始末してやる。
God, I love that when you're done with your fucking blades, if you can just throw them at your enemy in midair.
Yeah.
仲間を見殺し
And
に
it does so much fucking damage. It's great.
拠点は頼んだ。よっと。拠点を作ってくれ。
Oh boy.
片付けよう。
Nigasa?
Mikasa.
I remember being really annoyed when Attack on Titan first came out because everybody would pronounce her name Mikasa.
And now I feel like an idiot.
Yeah, it's Mikasa, not Mikasa. Yeah,
Mikasa.
yeah, like a big
Mikasa.
problem is that because English and Japanese are so different, people who speak English enunciate the wrong parts of the words.
Mikasa. Mikasa Tsukasa.
I remember there was a meme when it came out when like she was like, it was the picture of the scene where she's like, can I really come and live with you? And he's like, oh Mikasa, Mikasa is Tsukasa. And I was just like, oh my fucking god, I hate you.
相手が何であろうと私は倒す。
Oh my god, stop! There we go.
どこの誰が相手であろうとエレンが殺されるのは阻止する。
Come on, Armor Boy. God damn. Come on, move. There we go. That's a dead Titan.
なかなか見どころあるじゃねえか。
Did you kill it?
I did.
Okay. I thought you were just like, oh god, that's the Titan. What killed it?
Another Titan.
拠点はここだね。あいつになるよ。
Do Titans often kill each other? Was that a thing?
It happens on several occasions in the show, but it's not like a huge thing if I remember correctly. Like, it doesn't happen often, really. It's 50 dead Titans this mission.
私も負けてられない。
Oh my god. Single-handedly wiping out the Titan race.
Yep, that's the goal. Goodbye, large abnormal. I think that was the last mission. Hi, Daisy. What are you doing, girly? SS rank. Awesome. That's great. Iceburst stone, high quality wood, light steel, A grade steel, cool. Titan armor fragment. Yes, my dear. What's up? You're such a cutie. Such a good girl. Well, I'm laying down over in my recliner. There's one more mission? God damn. Thought I was done. This has to be the last one. It has to be.
No, Leo. Leo, stop it. No, buddy.
I don't think I hear either of your cats meow very often either.
They do not. Not particularly. They just do their own thing.
I think the last time that we were at your place, like Luna meowed once while she was behind the couch, and everyone like freaked out.
Yeah, she's a little sweetie who only meows when she wants attention for somebody to grab something for her.
Excuse me.
You are excused.
Maybe I don't want you to excuse me. You ever think of that? Be confused. Oh, I'm so... Oh, so... Connie, cut that guy's arms off. Nina, please. Oh god. I should not have done this.
Alrighty. I'm getting off for the night.
Alright, yeah, I'm probably going to get off once I finish this series of missions. At the very least, I'm going to get off long enough to, fucking... Jesus, stop! Stop, game! What are you doing?
Eat dinner.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I was trying to say that when my character got stuck in like ODM mode and just wouldn't stop. And I was desperately trying to stop because I was out of air in my fucking tanks. And I couldn't like do anything effective until I refilled it and it wouldn't let me stop.
Alrighty. Well, I'll see you, and good luck with your ODM kerfuffle.
Yeah, I just finished the mission.
Ah, there you go.
I didn't think that it would do that badly. Because that was the worst mission I've done all game, even though I did it in record time. Because I barely killed anything. Whatever. Good night. Or I guess good afternoon.
Yeah, whatever. Bye.
Bye-bye.
やるわね。
Good job, Mina. Connie, you're about to get maxed out. So.
やっぱお前がいないとな。
Come on, Connie. You know I'm better than you. Alright. So yeah, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. And I'm gonna grab some dinner. I'll probably be back on later this afternoon. I can't guarantee that this is what I'll be playing, but I will probably be streaming something. Either way, if you're watching this on the archive, thank you all so much for your support. If you've made it this far, you probably enjoy the content, and maybe you should drop a follow. That way, if next time I'm live, you can join in on the conversation and say hello. Either way, actually, also, yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, maybe like and subscribe, potentially. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Thank you all for all your support and everything.